And there were only certain laws that were shared between these tribes, and that was usually in relation with the other tribes. So the laws about if one person from one tribe were to do something to someone else from another tribe. So these laws were not set throughout everywhere, and they were just set in their own little tribes. And a lot of the times, these tribes would have completely different laws because they'd all have different ways of living in the sense that their main form of agriculture, for example. Some tribes would have to hunt for food, whereas some tribes would just have to farm for food. So one tribe would have to go search for the food rather than one having it. And let's say if someone were to come and steal some of your food, what would you do? Right? So each tribe, each government had their own rules, own laws, and there were no set laws that were throughout everywhere. So after Islam came the Sharia laws. And the Sharia law is what is set from in the Quran. We have our own set of laws and rules that we understand about our government. It goes over not only governmental issues, it also goes over marriage laws, banking laws, multiple things that govern our lives, relationships with friends. These things are all covered in Sharia law as it is the importance of Sharia law and the mercy of Sharia law that really covers everything. So as some of us know, in Islam we have 5 pillars. And these are the 5 pillars that we live by. So there's the zakat, hajj, shahada, saum, salah. And these are the 5 pillars that every Muslim must know. And the one I will be focusing on right now is zakat. So what is a zakat? A zakat is you're supposed to give from your surplus money, a percentage from your surplus money. And this money can go to the poor, it can go to whatever the community needs. And the way it was used in the past is that at the time after the Prophet has peace be upon him, had passed away, there was a Khalifa. His name was Umar, and he implemented the zakat properly, and he was able to expel poverty, and he was able to expel a lot of issues that the community had through the proper usage of zakat. He was able to properly distribute the zakat to people, and he was able to properly get the zakat from everyone, and everyone pitched in properly, and they were able to completely eliminate poverty from their community. And with poverty comes a lot of issues, as a lot of people in poverty, they might have to resort to doing things that are unlawful or illegal to be able to attain certain things that they might need. So through the use of proper zakat, Umar anhu was able to expel poverty. And this can be extremely helpful when looking at lowering rates of crimes. So when we understand mercy, we want to understand the word itself. And although my topic is about justice and mercy in Islam, mercy is a very wide topic. Justice is a very wide topic. They both have many different sects that you can go inside of. And so for this, the mercy, when we look at mercy in Islam, which is ar-Rahmah, it comes from the keyword Rahm. And it's usually used like when you think of forgiveness in Arabic, you think of Rahmah. So ar-Rahmah has many, many words. And it has many words that can describe it that come along with just mercy. It's not just mercy, it's also forgiveness, it's also fairness, it's also just. It is the essential word when we think of the way the government should be. And this mercy was preached throughout Islam. Like, for example, when you think of mercy, you also think of peace. So when you're greeting your Muslim brother, or when you're greeting someone, you say Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum means peace be upon you. So mercy is used and it's implemented throughout all Islam. And it's implemented throughout everywhere, throughout all Muslims in all countries. And so this ayah right here, in order to stay on the time, I will just try to describe it quickly. But it is talking about a thief, what to do when there is a thief. And that, or not thief, sorry. This is just to fulfill justice. This is between the rich and the poor, right? And in Islam, we believe that the rich has duties upon the poor, in the sense that everyone was tested with different things. So not everyone was blessed with money, and not everyone was blessed with not having anything at all, right? So the rich does have a duty on the poor in the sense that if they need to give their zakat to help out. So when we look at the justice systems, we have that I'm going to be comparing. We have the Sharia law, which is the Islamic one, and the American justice system. All of us are familiar with the American justice system, as we have lived here or some of us have lived here for a while. I mean, I was born here. And the Sharia law is what I will be explaining a little bit more. So for my data and analysis, I was looking at three main forms of law. There was criminal law, and then there's marriage law and specific divorce, and then also banking laws. So for my research, these were the three that I went into, and I will explain a little bit about each what I did. So when I looked at the criminal law, I tried to see the way both systems dealt with each one. So for criminal law, in today's world, there are a lot of issues, and everyone, like our prison systems, for example, they're filled with people. There are many, many people inside of our prisons. And obviously, we have to put these rules in place in order to regulate things. Because if we aren't to put rules in place, then how would we be able to, run everything properly without there being any crimes? So crimes in America and are heavy. There are very many crimes in America, as we know. And there are not only just crimes in America, but there's crimes everywhere. And in theft in Islam, there's an ayah that describes what you should do with a thief. And it is used most of the time in the wrong context. So some people may read the ayah and they may just read the ayah and they say, oh, if you have a thief, cut their hand off. That's very violent, which is not what Islam preaches at all. And that's because the ayah is misunderstood. When you look at a thief, it's not someone who just steals something once, right? It is someone who is he's constantly repeating the same crime. And it's not, it is used in the wrong context, and which is not right, because in Islam we don't preach violence as soon as someone commits one crime. That's not the right thing. So when looking at our data, one of the things that Sharia law implements is, for example, banning the substances that are intoxicating. For example, in Islam, we're not allowed to drink alcohol, we're not allowed to, do drugs or any type of substances that can mess with your brain and make you do things that you wouldn't normally do under a fully sober brain. So this data right here, I found these are the different crimes, and the way it was that roughly there was at least 25.6% of these, that's average, of these crimes were committed intoxicated. So if you were to expel the intoxication, that should eliminate almost 25% of these crimes. And these are hefty crimes. These aren't crimes that are just committed every once in a while, and that are only committed by someone who is under the influence. And so another thing when looking at the justice system and Sharia law was divorce. Now, in Islam, we know that both the man and the female can initiate the divorce, and they don't necessarily usually have to specify why, because they're going to have their own personal reasons. For whatever reason, they might have fallen out of love, they might have had an issue, anything could happen. And in the American justice system, there are two main forms of divorce. There's fault and no fault. So fault is usually when something happened, they can go bring it to the court, and this is the case, this is what happened, this is why I'm filing the divorce. No fault is just they felt that, as in they both want to agree and they both want to separate. And when looking at banking laws, there is a whole different sect of Islamic finance. And one of the other classmates will explain this further. So I'll just go briefly. But in Islamic finance, usury and interest is not allowed. So interest it's a rate that is set on. So if you were to go get a loan, this rate would be set and it would increase over time, right? And so this in Islam is seen as unlawful money, or it's seen as not your personal money. So if you were to give someone a loan and you get more than you gave, then that is incorrect. And you should only get what you gave exactly. Right? And so this is done so that, like for example, if someone is to go get a loan from the bank and they're unable to pay it back because the interest piled up and it like piled up to a point where they can't pay it back, then both people are at a loss because this person is in debt and this person is out of their money because they gave a loan to a person who couldn't pay it back. So it expels some of the issues, like some of the little issues that can cause a lot of worse things, such as bankruptcy and companies and other people losing money and not being able to provide for them. So the next thing I had from my research was a survey. I asked 4 questions, and these series of questions were to be able to understand where the youth was at. So I sent the survey out to high school students, and it was to see where the future of our ummah and the future of our community is, and where they understand Sharia law and where they see the Sharia law in general. And these questions were to understand the way they view it rather than to see how much they know, if that makes sense. So the first question was, if you had to compare the American justice system and the Islamic Sharia law, how would you do so? Okay? And so what this question asks is that it sees the way they view it, and it helps me understand how other people can view the 2 systems. Now, the answers that I got they varied from different people, but some of the most general answers that I got, they were on the lines of that the Islamic justice system tried to implement mercy and forgiveness a little bit more than the American justice system. Now that is understood because if you have a justice system where there are loops and holes and you can bend the rules, then obviously many people are going to take that to the extreme and they're going to go very borderline, which is not what we want. We have to have a strict system. But at the same time, there is space for mercy within all this because everyone is in a different situation. And not everyone understands how everyone else is living. And this is extremely important to us because all of us know from our personal situations that I may live differently than someone else. And we all have our own issues and our own problems that we may deal with. So many people, they compared the Islamic justice system to be more equitable rather than equal. If that makes sense. But the American justice system was equal for everyone, as it is set rules for everyone, no matter if you are no matter the color of your skin, no matter the problems that you may have. Now, the second question I had was, where did you get most of the information that you have about Sharia law and the American justice system? Now, this is extremely important because you can see where they're learning from, and then that's where you need to put the right information. So, from what I understood from most of the answers, most of them said that they did it through their own personal research at their school. And this can be good and bad because honestly, sometimes if you're doing your own personal research, you go on Google, you put in the first thing, and the first link there, you might just click it and you read it and you believe whatever it says. But first link might not always be the best link. And some people might be doing their due diligence and going through multiple links to see what's common between the 2 or 3. And that's better. But if we fix the way that the information is distributed, then we can fix the way that the information is used. Because if the information is distributed properly, then the way the information is used will also be properly, as they will stick to the set of rules, and they won't be learning other things that are outside, and they won't be having to try to like digress and learn from something else. The next question I asked is, what do you hope to learn further about Sharia law? This question was to see what people felt as in they didn't know yet. So I personally, starting this presentation and this whole thesis, I didn't know as much as I do now. And I personally learned a lot from this presentation. So I was wondering, I had my own questions at the beginning. So I was wondering, what are other people's questions? What are they wondering? Like, what are they trying to learn as well? And this really helped me understand where they feel like the information is missing. So, for example, one of the answers was asking if the Sharia law is only from the Quran, or does the Prophet also have an influence on the people, the stories, the other Sahabas, the friends of the prophets, did they also have an influence on it? And that was an interesting question because when I read the question, I was kind of stuck myself because I didn't know. And I was thinking to myself, well, that is a great question. I would have wanted to know that as well. And so there are these questions that were asked in this survey, and the answers for this question in specific really helped me. It opened my eyes and it helped me understand where people's heads are at and where they believe their knowledge is at for the Sharia law. And then the final question that I had is, what is the one lesson that you learned? So whether that may be in school or whether that may be from your own research. And one answer that stuck out to me the most was one that it was okay to make a mistake. Someone said that in Islam, it is expected because we're humans, every human makes their own mistakes, and that is understood from everyone. And so one of the answers, they were saying that it is okay to make a mistake as long as you repent properly. And that reminded me of a hadith that I learned in Islamic studies. It's كل ابن آدم خطاء وخير الخطائين التوابون, which means every son of Adam or every human makes mistakes, and that's expected. But the greatest of those who make mistakes are tawabun, the ones who repent, the ones who ask for forgiveness, and the ones who make sure that they don't try to repeat the same issue and repeat the same mistake and say, oh, it's okay, I'm human. So as much as possible, we have to try to learn from our mistakes. And that's why we have laws and rules set in place so that it catches us when we fall. Because it is expected as humans that we do make mistakes. So for my final remarks, I wanted to thank my mentor, teacher Julie. She has been patient with me not only during this presentation, but also for the 6 years that she has taught me English, social studies, speech and debate, every single one of these classes, especially equality, equity, gender equity as well. That one is very key in my learning, and it also helped me throughout my presentation. But I wanted to give a special thanks to Teacher Julie, because she's known me for a long time, so she knows the way I present and the way I do things, and she's been extremely patient with me throughout everything. And also I wanted to thank everyone here, especially my classmates and my other teachers that are sitting in this room, because they have all taught me these lessons. And although the Islamic studies teacher that has taught me that hadith isn't here, I would like to give her thanks for that. So, and do you guys have any questions?
So just speculating, why do we have criminal laws? Why don't we rely purely on civil laws? So that if in fact you steal something from me or I steal something from you, the civil law would allow you or your family to get it back from me, whatever it is I stole, or make recompense in some other way. And you might do that, but why do we have criminal laws in addition to that?
Yeah, that's actually a great question. In the United States, okay, so back then, in the times of the Prophet, the tribes were a lot smaller, and it was easier to deal with things with family a lot easier. So if you were to, the tribes were made up of a few families, and everyone knew the family tree, everyone was acquainted with everyone. So it was easier to just say, if you take something from me, my family will come take something from you, or if it's easier to deal with that way. But in America, we live in such a different world now than they did back then. So for example, now there are a lot more orphans, for example. So what if an orphan doesn't have a family to go and take something back from you? It's these little specifications that needed a criminal system, that needed a criminal justice system, in the sense that all these laws, they were set in place because someone thought, well, what happens if this? And all these laws were set in place because of the what ifs. So that is why we have the criminal justice system. That's why, because we live in a completely different world, and there's so many more people in this world that we have right now than there were in the tribes back then. So I hope that answered your question.
May I ask you a follow-up?
Yeah, of course.
I think it's a great answer. Let's take it one step further. Because everything you said makes perfect sense. But let's imagine that your family or you sue me in a civil case, and I in fact make complete recompense to you for what I stole, and your family is completely satisfied with that, but the district attorney in Washington County says, we're still going to prosecute Tom because Tom stole from Mustafa's family or from Mustafa. Would that be right? Is that a good use of the criminal law? Is it proper? Is it legal? What do you think about that?
Yeah, so I personally, there's a line between legal and there's a line between what you personally deem is morally correct. So if you make full forgiveness with the other person, so let's say I forgive you for whatever you did to me, that is the moral aspect. But the crime and the laws itself, they deem that if you do something to me, you have to be prosecuted for it. And that is the proper use of the criminal justice system, because if you don't use it and you bend the rules a little bit, then you bend one rule and then you can bend others. So in order to keep the system proper, you have to keep all the rules straight. And that's why it's so difficult it's not as easy to become an attorney like yourself, or it's not as easy to get into law. That's why you have to go to a separate school to really understand that. You can't just have everyone go in and be able to make all the laws proper and set. Any other questions?
Yes, thank you. You did a great job in your presentation. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I learned some new things too, so thank you. One of the things that puzzled me in not just your presentation, but following up with my partner was just asking is, where does one draw the line between civil liberties as a group and civil rights as an individual? Where does one encroach upon the other that draws that line that says, we're going to court?
Yeah.
And the court will decide which one deserves to be observed over the other.
Yeah, that is a great question. And I definitely believe that where the line is can vary between different people. So some people, it might take them less to say, okay, let's go to court and let's settle this in court rather than let's settle this between you and I first, right? So a lot of people, let's say me, for example, I might take a little bit longer to try to forgive you first, figure out the problem between ourselves before going to court. Now that may be because I personally just maybe don't like court, or that may be because I believe in forgiveness before I believe in going to a separate third party. Now someone else may, for example, they don't want to try to fix the issue between you and I, and maybe that's not because they don't like you or anything like that. It's just because they believe that the system is correct and they fully believe in and they trust in the system. So I think the line may vary between different people, and that's why going to court is an option. It's not always necessarily like the first thing you have to do. As soon as there's a small issue that is brought up, you say, "Oh, court." It's not as much of a. It's not forced on you. You have the choice to go to court if you have an issue and so on. And I think that also goes into the beauty and justice and mercy of Islam. In the Islamic justice system, the Prophet would always preach the forgiveness between two brothers. So there was a hadith along the lines of that you cannot stay mad at your brother for longer than 2 nights. Or it was something similar to that in the sense that you can't stay mad at your Muslim brother or a non-Muslim brother or just any other person, a human being like yourself, someone who is equal to you. You can't stay mad at them for a long period of time because of something that you did. You have to make sure you either forgive them inside or you have to go resolve your issues together. Because then that creates bad blood between two people and you don't want that. That's never something that you want in Islam or just in your regular daily life.
Good. May I follow up?
Yeah.
I guess if I look at it from a constitutional law perspective, in trying to define the civil rights versus civil liberties, I find that it's pretty clear cut, but yet that doesn't happen in real life on our streets, right?
Yeah.
Constantly violating each other's rights. So I am of Mexican descent, American citizen, but I look at our immigrant communities of different religions and countries, and I realize that some folks here in the United States believe that your immigration status determines what your constitutional rights are, and that's not the case. The constitutional rights that you and I enjoy is not preempted upon our citizenship or legal status or whatever. And I guess I'm preaching, I don't mean to do that, but
That's okay.
what I'm suggesting to you is that in this, drawing this line, constitutional law has to apply.
Yeah.
It already predetermined. And I think we need some work. We need to do some more work.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree, and that's also one of the benefits of the third question that I asked, which was where do you get your information from? Because then if we properly inform people, then they'll properly understand where the line is. But obviously, it's not as easy to just give everyone a quiz before they enter the United States and say, here are the laws, and they're going to memorize it instantly. You know, there are always that's why that question was made, because it was kind of wondering where are the faults, because when you think of what an issue is, you go back to the roots, and the roots of these problems would be from the information given to the people. So if we give out the right information, if we teach the right things, then the people will probably properly understand the system.
Thank you.
Guys, any questions?
Thank you for the presentation. It was really good and very informative. This isn't really related to the subject matter as much as I'm curious as you said you serve high school students. Are they Muslim high school students? Is it just your school? Did you go to other schools?
No, that's a great question. I was only able to send it to students from our school, or I personally only sent it to people from our school. So that was just serving the high school students at MIT.
That was my question, so by the way. I was gonna say, ask the same question.
Any other questions?
Mustafa have a feedback system. Pre-Islamic Arabia, there were other civilizations. It's like Northern Arabia, what we call today Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, Iraq. They were governed by laws. Some of them were Christians, some of them were Jewish. And then the southern part of Arabia were governed by laws. And so it's no different than what the Islamic practice. Islam came to emphasize the laws that God revealed to Moses or Jesus. It's something to put in your mind. The tribes, not all of them were polytheists. There were other tribes that were believing tribes.
Yeah, no, and that's another thing that Islam made sure to preach, in the sense that they're all Ahlul Kitab. They are from other religions that taught the same core concepts. And that was just one of the things that it's beautiful about the way that Islam came and implemented it. It's because they didn't say, no, they're wrong, don't believe them, don't be friends with them. It's teach them what you believe in, and then also become friends with them. Don't make enemies of them. And that's just a part of the mercy of Islam. So yeah, that's definitely a good thing to add as well.
There is a question from the audience, from the online audience.
Yeah.
What's her question? She's in agreement with you. It's okay, yeah. Okay, no problem. She's waiting for you, Mustafa. So 5 minutes we'll have the judges, and then the next panel will be.
So we'll take 5 minutes for the judges to score, and we'll be back with the next person. Sound correct? Right, sound like everyone? My name is Javiria Sayed, and I had the pleasure of mentoring a young man named Sahabuddin on the most current crisis that's going on in the world right now, the Palestinian Nakba. Sahaba joined MET in 9th grade about 4 years ago, and he has grown exceptionally throughout his time at MET, and I've been honored to mentor him as his mentor for senior thesis, for his science fair, and various different classes. So without any further delay, Sahaba.
My senior thesis title for my project on the Palestinian Nakba. As you guys may know, the things that's happening in Palestine right now. That's what I'm going to be talking about, and I'm going to talk about more of the history of Palestine. So, introduction. Before the Nakba 1948, the Ottoman Empire actually had control of the Palestinian land, and at the time they weren't called the Palestinians, they were called the Arabs. So basically, the Ottoman Empire decided to allow Germany to enter the World War I, thinking that it would benefit them and it would make them stronger. But that was not the case. Great Britain ended up winning the World War I, and now they had control over the Palestinian territories, which one of them was Palestine. So on November 2nd, 1917, the British government of Arthur Balfour actually wrote a letter of declaration to Lionel Walter saying that it's a home for the Jews and a perfect place for them would be Palestine. But they didn't end up going through it. It was just, he just said it, but they didn't end up going through it. So the Nakba, the Palestinian homes were taken by Israel in a few years. It was considered a state. Palestinians owned the land, they had history there, they had ancestors, they were living there for hundreds of years, but Israel just came and took it away from the Palestinians. Not only did they take their homes and houses, but they took their water rights, freedom, human rights, and homes. The Israeli taking over Palestinian land was known by the Arabs as the Nakba. The Nakba, or Palestinian Exodus, that occurred in 1948, which most of the Palestinians were expelled and had to become refugees because of what was happening at the moment. The word Nakba in Arabic means disaster or catastrophe. The Nakba actually happened on May 15, 1948. So before the Nakba 1948, in Germany 1941, an event transpired, which was acknowledged to be the Holocaust. It was led by Adolf Hitler and the Nazis. And in the event, over 6 million Jews were killed across Europe, which was 2/3 of the Jewish population in Europe. Adolf Hitler was famously known as the leader of the Nazis. And basically, after the Holocaust, some of the Jews had no place to go home. They had no water, they had no food, and they had no shelter. So basically, the Palestinians said, you guys can come into our homes, and we'll give you the water and food and the shelter you guys need. Because they saw the torture and killings they went through. So the Palestinians, refugees. So after the Nakba occurred, the 700,000 Palestinians decided to flee and went to the neighboring Arabic countries like Lebanon, Turkey, and Egypt. And right after 1948, some of the Arab world basically said, we're going to put our foot down and help our brothers and sisters in Islam. So they sent rockets and missiles to Palestine. So the Palestinians had nowhere to go, and they went to those 3 countries I just said, Lebanon, Turkey, and Egypt. They provided them with food, water, and other shelter. And some families actually gave false information. For example, you said you had 4 family members. You get food, water, and shelter for those 4 family members. So some of them actually had to lie and say we have 8 or 7 because they didn't know who to trust and needed to survive. So on June 2nd, 1964, there was an Arab League summit, and this summit was basically for the Palestinians. They created an organization called PLO, Palestine Liberation Organization, and this organization was developed because of most of the Palestinians were scattered around those Arab countries, so they had no voice and they had no sense of guidance. So basically, this organization was meant to bring them all together and for them to work together again. A few years later, there was a 6-day war. The Israelis saw the Palestinians and all the Arab countries coming together, so they basically said, before you guys unite and try to take us down, we're going to take you guys out. Because it would have been an unfair match. It would have been like 3 against 1 or 4 against 1. So here are some Quranic verses talking about Israel. And some of the ayahs are in Surah Al-Isra, some of the ayahs are in Surah Al-Nisa. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. وقضينا إلى بني إسرائيل في الكتاب لتفسدن في الأرض مرتين ولتعلن علوا كبيرا فإذا جاء وعد أولاهما بعثنا عليكم عبادنا ولي بأسا شديدا فجاسوا خلال الديار وكان إثما مفعولا ثم رددنا الكرة عليهم أمددناكم أموالا وبنين وجعلناكم أكثر نفيرا إن أحسنتم أحسنتم لأنفسكم جاء وعد الآخرة ليس أجوركم ويدخل المسجد كما دخلوا أول مرة ولتبروا أما أولا تدبيرا وأخذهم ربوا وأخذناهم عنه أكلهم أموال الناس بالبطال أعتدنا للكافرين منكم عذابا أليما. So the meaning of those verses were, we conveyed to the children of Israel in the scripture that you will surely cause corruption on the earth twice, and you will surely reach a degree of great haughtiness. So when the time of promise came to the first of them, we sent against you servants of ours, those of great military might, and they probed even into their homes, and was a promise fulfilled. Then we gave back to you a return victory over them. We reinforced you with wealth and sons, and made you rulers in manpower. If you do good, you do good for yourself. If you do evil, you do it to yourselves. Then when the final promise came to sadden their faces and to enter the temple in Jerusalem, as they entered it the first time to destroy what they had taken over with total destruction. They are taking you to rebuild. Indeed, they have forbidden it, and they have devoured property of people falsely, and they have prepared for unbelievers from among them a painful chastisement. So basically, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in this ayah was basically saying that we gave you everything you guys need, we gave you guys the knowledge, we gave you guys the books. Our prophets have come and taught you guys the right way, and if you do good, you do it for yourselves, and if you do bad, you do it for yourselves. So here are some pictures. As you can see, the fire going on in the back, and the back just looks rough. And in the second picture, you can see a teacher waiting for his students that never showed up. So instead of doing a survey, I actually interviewed a teacher here at some educational trust. And the reason I interviewed her because she had parents that actually went through the Nakba in 1948. They had nowhere to go, they had no place to call home in 1948. She was telling me that it did not just affect those who were in the Nakba, but it also affected those after generations to come. She also talked about how when they left the homes in 1948, they didn't take anything with them. They didn't take water, food, or any clothes. So the Israelis basically walked into a fully loaded home. And then a few years later, there was a peace treaty that actually was signed between Israel and Palestine. They had restrictions, you can't do that, we can't do this. But a few weeks later, Israel and Palestine started to fight again. In that 1 week, one of her aunts actually went back to Palestine, to her home, and she basically said that everything was basically the same, nothing had changed, and that nothing had changed. And she was telling me that Israelis had no sympathy because you just walk into a fully loaded home. And mind you that Palestine in provided that the Israelis into their home, they gave them food, water, and shelter. So what's going on in present Palestine? The conflict still lives on today. Both Israel and Palestine both want the same land, and they haven't had a compromise since the peace treaty. And Israel took the land, and they don't plan on giving it back from 1950 to the present day. The Israeli government still puts restrictions on the Palestinians. In 2012, the United Nations projected that Palestine would become livable by 2020. In addition, we had the pandemic last year, so the living standards even dropped even lower. And one thing about Palestine and Israel is that sometimes they don't care if they kill their own people, or at least they kill the other side. So if they hurt a few people, they don't care because they hurt the others. The second slide. On one night on May 10th, 2021, I think it was the night of Laylatul Qadr, Palestine was actually in Taweh, and the Israeli government decided to make a move on the Palestinians in Masjid al-Aqsa. They put tear gas and bombs, and the reason that Israel did this terrible attack was for one, they felt like they had to protect themselves, even though the Palestinians, all they did was walk through the Gaza Strip, and the mosque they attacked means a lot for Muslims. It's not just the mosque. It's where Prophet Isa will defeat the false Messiah, Dajjal, and it's where Prophet Muhammad actually went up to the heavens and talked to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And it's where one prayer equals 1,000 prayers. And lastly, this is where the land Prophet Muhammad actually led all the prophets' prayer. Not only did Israel grenade and tear gas the families of Palestine, but they actually, there's a community called Sheikh Jarrah, and there was a video actually published online where an Israeli man is in the backyard of a family, and the family's home, and he was basically saying that if I don't take your land, someone else will. And she was basically yelling that you are stealing my house, please do not do this. But he said that it's called, if I don't, someone will actually go play after its fights. The neighborhood Jabal is actually home to 4,000 Palestinians, and what the Israeli government is trying to do is trying to move the Palestinians and move the Jewish settlers, make it open for them. What I've seen on social media is when the Palestinians have been arrested by the Israelis, they all have smiles on their faces because they know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is protecting them, and they know what will happen in the end.
You are stealing my house.
And if I don't steal it, someone else is gonna steal it.
No one is allowed to steal it, Yami. Jacob, you know this is not your house.
Yes, but if I go, you don't go back. So what's the problem? Why are you yelling at me? I didn't do this. I didn't do this.
But
It's easy to yell at me, but I didn't do this.
You are stealing my house.
Before I finish, I just wanted to say that people on the internet, when I was doing my research, they were saying that the Nakba never stopped. This is an ongoing Nakba. It was happening in 1948. It was happening right now. It's basically the same thing. People are going into their homes and just killing and all that. And thank you.
Yes. Good. Thank you. You did a great job. Appreciate it. Learned a lot from it as well. Maybe a footnote, I guess, to this whole conversation is, I am Mexican national, born in Mexico. Mexico used to be twice the size that it is today. And through European Americans, when they came, they're the real immigrants. We were the indigenous Americans here already. We're called Mesoamerican indigenous people, along with the Native Americans that you know. So when the European Americans came in, they began to encroach and take lands that didn't belong to them, giving them to their whoever they called from Europe to come and take, and grant them 160 acres for homesteading, without realizing that those 160 acres belong to somebody else. And so in your video that you just showed at the end, really says it all. That's really what it's all about. It is about coming and taking property that doesn't belong to them, encroaching upon beyond the boundaries, the lines. Here we are in 2021, and we're still fighting. The United States still thinks that they, part of the deal with the Guadalupe Treaty, Hidalgo Treaty, which is now in its third version, included Baja California, and it didn't. So they're still fighting today in court, believe it or not. So that same story has happened here in the United States, and it's happening in Israel as well, and encroaching upon the Palestinians. So I'm sorry, it isn't a question to you, it's just a footnote that we've been here before, and we're still going through that here in the United States as well as in Israel. So thank you for bringing that out. I think it's a point that needs to be kept on the radar, and we need to be accountable for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, I'm gonna actually ask.
Any questions or comments?
Thank you, Sakura. It was a good presentation. Since I read your essay yesterday or 2 days ago, I searched on Google and I found a very interesting interview with Gabor Mate, who's a Holocaust survivor. And have you watched this interview? It was really interesting. It's not a question for you. It's just like to let you know that if you have time, then you can just watch his interview. His name is Gabor Mate, and he's a Holocaust survivor. And he's basically what he's saying is that the land, Palestine land, most of the people who live there are descendants of Prophet Moses alayhi salam. And it's really sad. And you chose a beautiful topic, interesting topic. Good to mention. Thank you.
Question. Thank you for your presentation. It's very good. Of course, this is a topic that I don't see any end to it anytime soon. You said you interviewed one of the teachers and her parents have gone back and seen their original home. So I'm curious, did they actually go to the Jewish settlers and go to the home, or how did they see it as being still the same?
They left.
I can use the same mic in the podium.
It's not working.
Let's see.
once. So your teacher, she had got back, you said, and looked at her exams home, and it was still the same. Did she attempt, like, did she knock on the door and were they allowed, or did she just from the outside go and see?
They were allowed, because when the peace treaty was signed, the Palestinians could go back to that land. So they were allowed back into their homes, but not just to see, not to live, just to see.
Oh, so they just went in, saw the
Yeah.
home and left?
Yeah. Because Israelis were living in our house.
That was my question, was how did she actually not have the same as
Yeah.
what they left?
A little
Even though
change.
they have.
No, please hold on to the mic. I'll speak loudly. I'm a lawyer. That was a very good presentation and essay. Thank you. But we lawyers say no good deed goes unpunished. And so I'm going to ask you an unfair question, despite you having given a good presentation, and it's this. Let's imagine that the Secretary General of the United Nations came to you and said, as a reward for this excellent senior thesis, we're naming you Special Middle East Commissioner with responsibility to establish a plan for the future of Palestine. And the Secretary General says to you, what would you propose? What would be in your plan? That's the unfair question for you.
That's a very good question. I have no idea.
No, as you say, it's not a problem that seems likely to be solved soon.
Exactly.
Think about it in terms of you have two people fighting over the same land, and they're coming to you and they, you know, two families, let's say both of us are fighting over this piece of land and we're coming to you. What would you propose for us to do?
Well, Palestinians were first, so it's only fair for the Israelis to because they had, like I said earlier, the Palestinians had family, they had ancestors, that history. Israel don't have any history of that. So
You don't want to go there.
Do you read any of the UN resolutions? There is major resolutions by the United Nations. Your advisor give you any hint about UN resolutions?
One of the great things I think about senior theses is they don't end when you graduate, but you still get to graduate. And so if you decide you want to answer Brother Wajdi's question, you can do that over the summer or next year or the year after. And you've just opened that door and now it's open. You can walk through it whenever you want. And as I say, you still get to graduate.
And it is, I guess, the answer to the questions are the basis for the arbitrating of what's going on. And if you miss that, then how are we to draw conclusions about right and wrong, who's right, who's wrong, or enforcement thereof? Let me suggest something to you. And it's been a long time since I dug into this, but there's over 192 nations internationally involved in the law that drew the boundaries, the lines of where the properties started and where it ended for both Israel and Palestine. And those lines have been encroached upon. They've been violated. And every year they take a vote on the same issue. And over 100 and I'm going to say 160 something. Again, it's been a long time since I looked at it, but you need to dig into that because if you can't find that point of reference, we can't arbitrate this at all. So 160 something nations internationally say this is a violation of the original agreement. And 7 nations, including the United States, I might add, and Israel and a couple of other small countries, say, no, it isn't. We disagree. But they win and we lose. I say we, because I agree with the 162 countries who say this is a violation. So I offer that to you to look into that. We need that point of reference. And we need to know where the boundaries on those lines were. And I think that you'll find the violations are there. And that even though we vote on it every year, as a world, global citizenship, we're not enforcing. And maybe it's just because the United States is involved in voting against it, or I don't know what it is. But somebody's lacking a little fortitude to get the job done, with all due respect.
It only has the paper,
well,
not
thank
the, it doesn't. Rayan, did you send the admin as well? Can you just quickly send it to admin real quickly, please? Thank you.
They're different forms. So it's on the
We have only 20 fields, that's.
Yes. Admin, METPDX, please, and thank you.
That's wonderful.
No, it's a good question. No,
I
no,
can't
sir.
answer.
You and. Yeah, you know,
Yes.
Is that right? I was almost this close to get $400 in investment from it. With what was that? Much. So he wants to invest as much as he could came to the public. But he invested in a good way. He bought, invested in, he bought endowment share. That's why I forgive him. You know, the gentleman agreement is a gentleman agreement. Where were you? Thank you. think we are ready, but we have to get this.
So these are
Right. Oh, yes. Still.
So what, we can start now?
Really? Yeah.
That's right.
Use the other mic. Okay, then you can use it. Just speak from the podium, you want, no need to take it off.
So, welcome everybody. It's an honor for me to introduce Ryan and Sari. We have been working on this presentation thesis for the duration of the term. A little bit about Ryan. He came to us in first grade, right? Ryan, first grade, and he left in third grade, and then he made a triumphant return eighth grade, and now he's graduating with us. And I've seen the development of Ryan from, I've been teaching him this now, but starting in ninth grade, teaching him English history, and to see his writing and thought process develop, it's been really, really rewarding. Also, he was very reticent and shy when he gave presentations when he started. And now, he took Teacher Julie's Toastmasters Club and he's gained some confidence. And then so now he's ready. So this presentation is about not only just Kashmir, and the crisis in Kashmir, but the colonial policies that have led to all the disruptions that we have in society today. And he's going to take us through the history, a brief history of it, and kind of delineate why we see some of the things happening today, and that they're very complicated, and they're not easy answers. But he's going to try to illuminate some of them. So, yeah.
So my presentation will be on the colonial oppression of Kashmir and the subcontinent. So starting with the geography of Kashmir, Kashmir is modern day is located in the northern part of the Indian subcontinent. It is divided amongst 3 countries. They all each region is under their control. So starting with the green part, we have Pakistan, and then the blue part is what India has under its control, and the yellow part is what China has under its control. And you can see that there's some of the issues stem from the fact that it's very diverse. There's many cities that live in this like a small place compared to it. So Kashmir is known for its relative climate and its high elevations, and something that was sought after by many who live there, the Mughals, the British Raj, and also Kashmir is a bit isolated and it's a rough terrain, so it has made it difficult to govern over the years. So moving right into content. So from 1600 to 1858, India was ruled by the English East India Company. And then following that, from 1858 to 1947, India was governed by the British Empire, which was also known as the British Raj. And then the general governor of Grand Affairs was appointed by the United Kingdom government. And after 1876, Queen Victoria named herself Empress. So I'll be talking about the Bengal famine, and an estimated 2.1 to 3 million people died. That is a very large number. 2.1 to 3 million people died of starvation, malaria, and other diseases that were aggravated by population displacement, malnutrition, and sanitary conditions. And what people don't know is people think it was caused by a drought, but rather it was caused directly because it was a direct cause of the British policies of the area. And Winston Churchill, who's often known as the hero during World War II, actually blamed it on the Indians, and he said they were breeding like rabbits. And he also asked if the shortages were so bad, then why Mahatma Gandhi was still alive. And through this quote, we see the Orientalist attitudes that have affected so many colonized lands, a great number of the Muslims. And these attitudes are far-reaching, and we still see them today in Kashmir and other lands, and among other people. So the Bengal famine, these are some pictures, 1943, and this is an ancient history. If you go to the region right now, people who are above the age of 80 have lived through this. They've seen this. This isn't something that happened a long time ago. This is something that's still in the history textbooks. This is very, very recent. And the callousness and the indifference of humanity in the subcontinent is greatly represented through the Great Bengal Famine of 1943. So moving on to the India and Pakistan independence, the independence movement began in 1857, 1947, which was the year they both gained their independence. So the way it happened was after fighting World War I and World War II, the British Empire was greatly weakened and they ran out of economic resources. And additionally, there was a gaining momentum of decolonization and independence for colonized countries. So on August 5th, June 1947, Viceroy Mountbatten announced that India would be separated into 2 countries, the Union of India and the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. And at this time, the Islamic Republic of Pakistan also included Bangladesh, which was known as East Pakistan at the time. So moving on, the partition of India and Pakistan, it was the largest migration in human history. And violence was predictable, and the British knew what would happen, but they still proceeded. With the plan, and 10 to 20 million people were displaced, and around 500,000 to 2 million people were killed. And the conflict that ensued is the same ongoing conflict that plagues the region today. And Orientalist interpretation blamed the violence on sectarianism, ethnicity, religion, but in reality, It had to do with British politics and economics and their policies surrounding that. So moving on, so Stanford University compiled an archive of stories of people who have lived through this, many pictures over here. And it's very important, this is our oral history. This must not be lost. This is very important, we must keep this alive and this narrative, because these are the stories, this is the reality of what actually happened. There's no better way than people who tell their stories. There's no better way of spreading awareness than telling our stories. And after the separation, tensions remained high between India and Pakistan, and the fight for the territory continued. And they had 4 major wars. So they had the Indo-Pakistani War of 1947, 1965, 1971, and 1999. And in all 4 of these wars, Kashmir was involved. And many of the casualties were innocent people living in Kashmir that had nothing to do with this. So it was very brutal. So moving on to what's going on currently. So many resistance groups have formed in Kashmir because of what the Indian government has been doing, the violation of human rights, torturing, illegally detaining them, and resistance groups were brutally shut down, often leaders being tortured and killed. And in 2010, there was an incident that happened where Indian soldiers killed 3 Pakistani villagers, and they claimed that the Pakistani villagers were trying to infiltrate the line of control. And the line of control is the line between India, Pakistan, and China, where it separates 3 of them. But upon further investigation, the Pakistani villagers were actually lured out by the soldiers, and they were brutally killed. And in 2014, Hindu Nationalist Party (BJP) won the elections. And a bit about the BJP. So the BJP's candidate was known as Modi. He's still the prime minister today. And the way BJP won their elections was off of hate. They thrived off of hate, the anti-Muslim sentiment. And because of that, Muslims face a lot of discrimination in India today, and particularly Kashmir, as it is a Muslim majority region. So since that, many laws have been passed. One of them was the release of Article 370, which gave Kashmir limited autonomy, and it also prevented people from buying land in Kashmir from the outside and from getting jobs there. And when this was lifted, the Indian government posted a blackout, and the question arises: what was the need for such secrecy if it was going to be something peaceful and something to help Kashmir develop? What was the need for such secrecy? And many of the people over there were tortured. There's many witnesses. After the blackout was released, they were tortured, and Indian forces were very brutal, and they were very unforgiving. So I will quickly be playing a clip of one of the victims who was brutally tortured.
बात करेंगे और लगभग बराबर 4 से सुबह से 8 और अंदर क्लोज मीडिया याद स्टूडेंट्स जो बस कौन बहुत स्टूडेंट्स समझ बारे मोड टाइम क्लास को तुम पर लास्ट ये लोग पेमोस डूस अब तुम पर इशू ऑफ थी पेमोस पर इसमें तुम क्लास से डाल कर निकाल सकते कॉन्वर्ट सेट में तुम ये मत शोयन साथ मार तुम्हें मत छोड़ दो शोयन दौड़ान तुम्हें तुम मार ऐसे वही निशान कर राइट गार्ड तुम्हें निशान Doctors go to certain treatment dapat time certain itu malah ada doctors go bahasa tu story family jadi satu family show various jangan betul story jadi sebagai apa lagi ini nih tu kan nak kasi media issue total में किया nak kasi apa ya nah pada excited tu zero sekund zebuk personal manfa your executive down or executive down suara
So this is just a clip of what happened, and this is a clip of what's happening to our own Muslim brothers and sisters. How can we stand quiet? How does no one know about this? How does no one know about the 2.1 to 3 million people killed in the Bengal famine? How does no one know about this? And we need to make sure we need to take the initiative and make sure everyone is aware of it. And moving on, this is a hadith from Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, and I'll read it in Arabic. Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, ترى المؤمنين في تراحمهم وتوادهم وضعاتهم كمثل الجسد إذا اشتكى عضوا تداعى له سائر الجسد بالسهر والحمى. Allah's Messenger Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said, "You see the believers as regards their being merciful amongst themselves, and showing love amongst themselves, and being kind, resembling one body, so that if any part of one body is not well, then the whole body shares the insomnia and fever with it." So this hadith is very, very important. It's one of the most important concepts in Islam, which is the concept of unity. We are one. And if one part of the body is hurting, then the entire body gets affected. So as Muslims, we should be proactive in all, not only for Kashmir, what's happening in Palestine, what's happening to the Rohingya Muslims. We should be taking action. We should be sharing our stories. We should be the ones spreading awareness. And in an ayah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير. O mankind, we have created you from male and female and made peoples and tribes so that you may know one another. Indeed, the most noble of you in the sight of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the most righteous of you. Indeed, Allah is the all-knowing and acquainted. As this ayah mentions, we are all equal. All races were created to complement one another. One wasn't better than the other isn't better than the other. And as people, we should ask ourselves why certain events are known more than others. Not to belittle what happened in the Holocaust at all, but some events, for example, why doesn't everyone know about the Bengal famine? 3 million people that died. Why doesn't anyone know about the partition in Pakistan? The 2.1 million people that suffered. There should be equality, as this ayah mentions. There should be equality. And the fact that some events are known and some others aren't known is integration by design. And we must work to stop this. We must work against this. And we must work as Muslims and as people towards human rights so we can save these people. In a hadith, in another hadith, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, المسلم أخو المسلم لا يظلمه ولا يسلمه ومن كان في حاجته أخيه كان الله في حاجته ومن فرج عن مسلم كربة فرج الله عنه كربة من كربات يوم القيامة ومن ستر مسلما ستره الله يوم القيامة. Allah's Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, a Muslim is a brother of another Muslim. So he should not oppress him, nor should he hand him over to the oppressor. Whoever fulfills the need of his brother, Allah will fulfill his needs. Whoever brought his Muslim brother out of discomfort, Allah will bring him out of discomfort on the day of resurrection. And whoever screened a Muslim, Allah will screen him on the day of resurrection. So just because we are not oppressing doesn't mean that we are free of responsibility. Like this hadith says, it is our responsibility to make sure that these people are not oppressed. It is not a choice. It is responsibility. We cannot look away. We cannot turn a blind eye to this. It is every single person's responsibility. And I took a survey about some questions regarding Kashmir. And the survey wasn't completely random. It was sent out to students and to many other individuals who were educated and interested about world politics. So it's not completely random. So here are some of the demographics. I had 48 responses. 23% of people were aged 14 to 18, 19% of people were aged 19 to 40, 58% of people were above the age of 40. And one of the questions is, where do you think Kashmir is located? And most people, it seems that most people know. Obviously it's Google, but it seems that most people know. And then this was I asked a question: what do you think the casualty count was in the separation of India and Pakistan? And 29% of people didn't even know. They didn't even give a guess. 29% is a very big number considering 2.1 million people died and around 29% do not even know. So this just shows the need for us to spread the awareness. Moving on, these were some responses. I asked people if they were aware of what was going on in Kashmir. And there were a few of these responses. I'll read one of them. One of these responses, I haven't really heard much about it. And there should be more awareness towards this as other parts of the world are getting attention they deserve. I think maybe I came across a post about Kashmir like once on social media, but the vast majority of responses, I can't post all 48 here, there's no space, but the vast majority of responses were I do not know. And moving on, the next question was, why do you think there's less awareness of what happens in Kashmir than that happens in other parts of the world? And I think one of the answers that really shows what happened, like one of the answers caught my eye, really encapsulates everything best is Indian propaganda and its influence in the USA and Britain. Since majority Muslim countries issues to Muslim causes like Rohingya, Palestine, Kashmir due to economic interests in India. So as a final note, what we can do, what our job is, what we can do as people. Social media has allowed people to post about the realities of Palestine, Uyghurs, the Rohingya Muslims, Kashmiri Muslims, and the Yemeni Muslims. And if we truly have faith and we want for ourselves what we want for our brothers and sisters, we want security, we want peace. We should want that for them too. And we should take a stance. Because if we're not going to take a stance, who's going to take a stance? We need to pressure our governments, our communities to take a stand. And so many people are only used to hearing a calculated media version and are unaware of what's really going on. And we as Muslims must unify, we must care, we must heal about every community the same, because everyone is equal. And in the words of our Prophet ﷺ, we are one body. And I would like to end off by thanking my advisor, Teacher Jawad. Without him, this would not be possible. He mentored me, he was patient with me, gave me a lot of advice. And I would like to thank everybody for being here, the judges, the audience, the teachers, the students. Thank you very much.
It's not a question, but in the slide just before the survey, there was, I think, a hadith at the top. I wondered if you could take us back to that slide, because there was actually, I'm sorry to make you go backwards, that I wanted to copy down. That here it is. It's actually, no, sorry, it's the next one. Yep. No, first one. Yes. Thank you.
Can I say something? I just wanted to say that there's Iranian poet named Saadi, and he wrote a poem exactly based on what Prophet ﷺ said, and it's the same concept that like all the people are like tiny cells, or like cells of the body, and then if one part is hurting, it seems like the whole body is hurting.
So ask you that later. Check that.
Yeah, sure. It's sad you write it as a poem. Wrote it as a poem.
With the, if we could go back to 1947 with the benefit of hindsight, what should the British have done in British India? Just sort of thinking about it now. It's I know an unfair question, but
yeah, it's a very good question and very broad question. Many people have pondered over the years what could have been done differently. But something I personally feel is The area, so the main issue that stemmed from was there were many cities that were, when they divided the land, into three countries, there was a mass immigration, like the biggest in history. And the British didn't keep into account that there were so many ethnicities and so many people that had to relocate. And because of that, there were many issues. Most of the deaths were because of the conflicts and the issues, and people were moving, and people didn't have food, they didn't have water, they didn't have resources, they didn't have medication, and they were stealing from others, they were looting from others. So I personally think, and it's hard to go back in time, but I personally think they could have enforced better order and better policies to make sure that this didn't happen. Because when they did initiate the separation, they were aware of what was going to happen. And even if they could have, obviously wouldn't have been perfect, even if they did countermeasures, but they could have prevented mass deaths. Like, it wouldn't happen like 2.1 million. They could have like organized it much better. So that's personally what I think. Any other questions, comments?
I have just a comment. I'd like to, first you did a great job, thank you. And I'd like to thank you for actually bringing this to life, because like you said, Kashmir is unfortunately one of the areas that you won't ever hear about. And I'm not sure, I mean, there are a lot of it's a lot of that going on, and Kashmir does not have its fair share anywhere in the media or anywhere. I just like to thank you for bringing that to life, because it is something that more people need to be aware of and try to do something about.
You covered the success of Prime Minister Modi and the BJP to the last election. Do you have a thought on why that message, which you've described, I think, rationally as a message of hatred, why it was successful? Why was that a winning platform?
I feel like this question is extremely relevant to what we're talking about now, because in the partition of India and Pakistan, there was a lot of Hindu versus Muslim sentiment. The Pakistan and Bangladesh part were both Muslim majority areas, and when they were separated, there was still a lot of animosity between the regions, and that animosity not only carried out between the countries, but inside India also. The animosity towards Pakistan and Bangladesh kind of also moved on to the Muslims inside of India. And when there was the partition, because of the partition, the effect still today, India and Muslims have had tons of riots. And I'm not only speaking from the third person. When I was in India, I went a year or two ago. I remember we almost canceled our trip because there were Muslim and Hindu riots going on in the town where we were. So I feel like because of that, and it's Hindu majority, the appeal to hate is like very like strong, and people follow this sentiment because they feel like it was supposed to be their land, or it was all Hindu land, it shouldn't have been partitioned. So that's what I personally think it is.
I'm sorry, I have to leave for emergency. There is also a third dimension now that China is part of that crisis. I don't know if you mentioned that or not.
I briefly went over that China was also part of that.
It's a bigger problem than India as well. China is taking part of that. Good job. I have to.
You jump closer.
Judges on the.
All right, judges, so today we're going to talk about how we can.
Hold on. Let me start.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. So I have the pleasure of working with the second student today. His name is Jawad, and Mahmoud joined NET when he was in 5th grade.
Right.
He was in 5th grade, and one of the most prolific students that I have worked with at NET, mashallah. So his topic today is about something that is very not talked much about in the Islamic context. However, the Prophet ﷺ actually practiced fostering when in his life, and that's what Mahmoud is going to actually bring to light today. Without any further delay, and he will give you all the details.
We're going to foster our ummah, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Thank you, MJ, for the basic introduction. So today we're going to talk about survival. It's the forgotten sunnah. All right, can anyone hear me? Yeah. All right, the forgotten sunnah of the struggling ummah, fostering for silence. And then Juan, kafah and ummah, and sunnah and al-sunnah. This. All right. I believe you all know my name by now, and I go to Oregon Islamic Academy. That's why I'm standing before you today. And my advisor is Dr. Duani Isai. So we're going to talk about a few extremely important topics, and they're going to be in this order. So we're going to start with the Islamic jurisprudence, prophetic example, the social implications, our research and data, survey responses, the global impact, plan for mobility, the need assessment, then the implementation and integration, you can't see it, sorry up there, and the ideological shift. And then we're going to come back to the ummah's path forward and influence across all spectrums, whether that be within the United States domestically or across the globe. All right, if you open up the folders that I gave you, there will be 2 note cards in there. I would like you to take those note cards out, grab one, and I want you to please write one word about how you will feel for the video that I'll be playing next. Nope, not that one. All right.
كان عمري 9 سنين شفت أبويا قلبه وجعه. رحنا سافرنا على المستشفى وصابته الأطباء. كان جبنا مراضي بعيد، يعني كان جبنا أكلات. كنت أنا أحب أبوي كثير وكان يأخذنا مشاوير وأنا مشتاق له كثير. ونحن مسحنا موضوعاتنا جينا لهوني قعدنا قاعدين بخيمة معنا، وكان عندما كنا تخيل عشان نجيب لنا مصاري. هي بعرف إنه ما بتطلع لنا مصاري كثير. بدي أروح أشتغل، ما بتخليني. خليني أروح المدرسة أتعلم. أنا بعرف إنه قلبي وجع كثير. فيق بالليل قاعد تبكي. أنا ما بطلب مصاري، ما بروح مدرسي عشان ما أحس إن يعملوا معي مصاري. أنا بزعل كثير لما بشوف رفقات أبوهم يجوا ياخذوني من مدرسي. أما أنا مشتاقة أبويا ويجي هوني عنده على القبر، وبتذكر كيف مكان بس إنه يأخذنا عن المدرسة. أنا بس متبني إنه شوف أبوي وأبوس إيديات والشكر وكان كل شيء قدرنا إياه.
All right. I hope everybody got that one word down. And audience members, if you have a word in mind, you can share it as well. Yeah. So the idea of Islam, the central idea within it, is that of yaqeen, or certainty, knowing something. And that is divided into three linguistic approaches to it. There is ilm al-yaqeen, or knowing of certainty, haqq al-yaqeen, or being a part of the certainty, seeing it. And then there is, above all, haqq al-yaqeen, being in it. And if I were to give you an example of that, it would be like you seeing a forest fire, you being near a forest fire, or you being in the forest fire, or the forest fire itself. That is what yaqeen is about. And that is how we connect the video that we just watched to the rest of this presentation. Historical context. We, as Muslims, are guided to follow a prophet who was an orphan. At the age of 6, he lost both his parents. He was raised by his grandfather and later on his uncle. He himself was an orphan. The best man in the Islamic world and our thinking to walk this earth was an orphan. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala comes to him in Surah Duha. He says to him, Alam yajidka yatiman fa'aw. Did I not find you an orphan and give you refuge? Did I not take care of you? Did I not care for you? And if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala cared for that orphan, who is the example that we all follow, then why can we not take care of our own orphans in society? Hadith by the Prophet ﷺ institutes the importance of taking care of orphans in Islam. He says, Ana wa kafilu yatimi fi jannati hakam. Like this. Judges and audience members, I want you guys to put your fingers out like this. Put them one next to each other. Look how close they are. The Prophet told us we're going to be intertangled with him in Jannah if we take care of the orphans in our communities. And here we will discuss the Islamic history and jurisprudence around what it means to take care of an orphan. So the relationship between the Prophet ﷺ and Zayd was one of a kafir and a makful. So the Prophet had initially adopted Zayd. He had thought of him as his own son. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in Surah Ahzab came down with, God did not make those whom you call your sons in reality. Instilling the fact that we cannot call them our sons. If you foster a child, they have the legal obligation to know who their birth parents are, who brought them into this life. And through that, we understand what it really means to take care of an orphan. There are a few ideas up here. You might not see that one, but it's takaful. So kinship is blood relationship. It's me, my mother, my brother, my sister, all my kinfolk. Then there's takaful. And that is the idea of taking care of an orphan. It is an agreement between a kafir and a makful. An agreement between somebody who is taking care of an orphan and the makful, the orphan themselves. And in that agreement is how orphans are taken care of, how they are cared for, how they are taught about Islam, and how they are used to foster the ummah further. Not by adopting children in the Islamic context and bringing them into your own family as if they are like your biological children. And that separation between blood relations applies even in marital discourse. So a kafir, somebody who's taking care of a child, can marry the ex-wife of their makful. A father cannot marry the ex-wife of his child, and vice versa. And even in inheritance, in our Sharia law, as Mustafa highlighted for us, inheritance is not applied to a mother. So if you take care of an orphan, that inheritance does not go to them in will. Rather, it can only be given to them if it is a gift. So we're going to talk about a few of the main ideas of taking care of an orphan. It does not have to be taking care of somebody and bringing them to the fold of your home. It's not only that. In Islam, we know that it's about educational mentorship, financial support, food and shelter, emotional care and support. You all in this room, my teachers, my leaders, my judges, are my kafis. You take care of me. You instill the ideas of Islam within me. And by doing this service to me, by judging my senior thesis dissertation, you are taking care of a child. An orphan is not only one that loses their father and mother. That is the definition of an orphan. But some people are orphaned emotionally. Some people are orphaned ideologically. Some people are orphaned in their academic processes. And so in building Islamic foundations and in supporting social empowerment, we can overcome all those obstacles and foster the ummah, inshallah. So we're going to talk about the cycles of inequity. So according to a UNICEF report, over 140 million people across the globe are orphans. Think about that. 140 million people. And 61 million of them are in Asia, 52 million in Africa, 10 million in Latin America and the Caribbean, and 7.3 million in East Europe and Central Asia. You guys see the discrepancy, the inequity? What parts of the world have the most people who are orphaned? Yes, it comes back to economic stability of a country, legal stability of a country, and the superpowers that we, alhamdulillah, live amongst, not giving their due share to the global community. Well, let's not only talk about foreign policy. In domestic policy, we see cycles of teenage pregnancies, of domestic violence, of improper child care. Again and again and again. Babies having babies, having babies, having babies. When is it going to end? It won't end until we are able to, inshallah, foster the ummah. So I conducted a public research and survey with a wide net of participants. It was over 80 participants across all age groups, across all socioeconomic statuses, and across all educational backgrounds. Some were college educated, some were not, some were Muslim, some were not. And this is what we found. So demographics. So most of our participants were female, around 72% of it. And in birth order psychology, we understand that each child in their place within the family has a different outlook on life. The eldest is usually the one who's most formidable. They stand up to injustice. They take things with an iron fist. The middle child is the one who mediates, takes care of business. And the youngest is the one who's the most affectionate. And as the youngest, I understand that. And then we'll continue to the age demographics. Due to my age and my participant base, as you see, most people were around my age in the ages of 12 to 18. Then we saw a spike in 18 to 24, another spike into 40 to 55. And here we see the responses to the video that you all just watched. I asked the participants on a scale of 1 to 5, how impactful was that video? And as you see, most people rated it as a 5. Then the impact of immediacy. This is very important. If you see a child drowning in a lake in front of you, you're going to run to them and help. But if you hear a story of a child drowning across vast oceans, you think to yourself, can I help? What can I do? What should I do? And in asking the impact of immediacy on this participant base, we see that immediacy does impact your perspective on an issue. This was a question that I asked about what orphans need most. And it was, the options were affection, wealth, food and shelter, and autonomy. And as we see, 45% of participants said affection, love and care. Simple, right? A kind word, a smile is a sadaqah. The Prophet tells us. But why can't we do it? Why can't we take care of our orphans? Why has Islam strayed away from this idea? We'll explain further slides. Let's talk about the Ummah's obligation. Rayyan beat me to it, but the hadith on Nu'man ibn Bashir before the Messenger of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Messenger of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, the parable of the believer in their affection, mercy, and compassion for each other is that of a body. When any limb aches, the whole body has sleeplessness and a fever, reported by Sahih Bukhari. Are we aching? Are we part of this community? Do we feel it? Are we going to do something about it? And here, we're going to talk about a few responses from my survey. On the video impact, I asked a question, an open-ended question. And this one is a synopsis of what everybody else said. How many people's hearts can we break when we kill or injure just one? How many children we wound in so many ways for that remains of their lives when we disappear a father or mother, grandma or grandpa, sister or brother? This is not collateral damage. These precious souls are disabled foreseeably by our carelessness, our outright cruelty. Then I asked if there's any personal connection to the issue at hand. Our family is, I am one of those children, personal feelings. I struggle to not go numb. When I can avoid numbness, I struggle to keep breathing, to keep my heart from exploding in sorrow, then in rage, and then another cycle of sorrow and rage. Sorrow and rage. This is a feeling of the orphans in our communities, globally and domestically. And through the survey, I honestly found out there are more people that are formidable people of character, that walk amongst all of us, that are people we ask for help and go to in times of need, that were orphans. Children that smile in our faces, that are orphans. We don't see it. They guard it. But we, as an ummah, must take charge. So now that you're tired of hearing my voice, I'm gonna give everybody a second to reflect. I'm gonna go quiet, and please read what you would. These two were survey responses. These two came from members of our community. Some in this room, of course, it's all anonymous. But change is possible. And through the prophetic example that I spoke about, through examples that we see in modern society, like Islamic Relief, who has given over 139,000 orphans relief in 2 years. From 2017 to 2019, we can see that we can actually do something, like the Prophet did, like these people out of the UK do. So what does that change look like? First, we need to identify the needs of the Ummah, the need assessment. We need to see the international crisis, see the effect of family health. What does economic instability do to a family? How does food security affect the life of an orphan? And how does war hurt us all? And in creating that assessment, we can now implement and integrate. And through the prophetic example, most formidably, definitely. But then also on a focus on economic stability, the wage gaps, the disparities between socioeconomic classes, and then education, empowerment, and most importantly, care. All it takes is a feeling. All it takes is something that's in your heart. You have to feel like you have the obligation to take care of these orphans. That is how we implement and integrate, inshallah. And then we influence an ideological shift. Just like I am speaking to you today, the immediacy is in the room. You all feel it. But how can we move that further? How can we move that to the community, to the ummah, and further to the ummah of humankind? Well, first through community influence, then political pressure, then journalism, things like CNN, through culture, the American fabric and the fabric of the world itself, and then most importantly, media, whether that be on TV or on social media. And in doing all of this, we have achieved an Islamic mission with a modern vision and moral values. Alhamdulillah. I know this is a lot, so I want to end with something that will bring us ease. فَإِنَّ مَعَ الْعُسْرِ يُسْرًا. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran that with hardship surely comes ease. He didn't say that it might come. He said it surely will come. So the hardship of the orphans, inshallah, just like how he looked out for the Prophet, he looks out for orphans all across the globe, 140 million of them that are reported by UNICEF. We know that ease will come. And we know that if we help them, if we hurt ourselves, if we're not as financially stable by giving, we know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give us the ease as well, inshallah. Thank you for joining on this journey. Now I'm going to open it up to judges for questions. And before you ask me a question, please share that one word that you wrote down at the beginning. Thank you.
I thought it was an emotional video. But if you'll forgive me for saying so, I also thought it was a manipulative video. And manipulation isn't, that's probably a bad word because it has such a negative connotation, but it was intended to spur action. It was a video created by an organization that had a goal response in mind. But now I want to put you on the spot. You just put me on the spot, which I'm sorry I allowed that. Let's imagine two people come to you. People say, I've heard your presentation and I thought it was wonderful, which I did. One of them says to you, I want to donate 40 hours of my time to alleviating the suffering that you've just shown me. The other person says, I want to donate $1,000 of my money to alleviating the suffering that you've just shown me. Tell me what a good way to do that might be. Each of them asks you.
What a good way to respond.
To try to alleviate the suffering that you present.
Through the 40 hours, $1,000.
Exactly right.
Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, taught us that our youth and our time is the most important charity we can give. In giving that, in giving our time, in me stepping to a child and me saying a 5-year-old and saying, how are you doing today? Can I take care of you? Are you feeling well today? Do you feel loved today? Do you feel cared for today? Have you eaten today? Did you suffer today? Those 40 hours are important. But that $1,000 is also important. That $1,000 is how we can provide them food, with shelter, with clothing, things that are necessary for survival. So they both come together to, inshallah, foster our own.
You have the choice, only one or two.
Choice?
One or the other.
I would choose a time. Time is best spent with bringing up the next generation of our own.
Very good presentation. I didn't quite understand the relationship between Al-Mul Yaqin, Haqqul Yaqin, and the topic that you were presenting.
Right. So, Al-Yaqin to me fascinates me beyond any other idea, I believe. And when I was working on this project, I knew that it had to come from somewhere with it. It wasn't going to be something I just did and moved on with. My senior thesis was going to be a part of who I am forever. And so through those intersections of Haqqul Yaqin and Yaqin and Ayn Yaqin, through seeing, experiencing, and being a part of, we can see the progression in Islam, faith, and also the progression translated to our action. That is personally, for me, how Yaqin connects to this part. Okay. Any other questions? Yes.
Thank you very much. You did a fantastic job. And I will take on what my partner started. It was a tearjerker video, regardless of what the advocacy for it was. It really touched my heart. I think about the United States and how we deal with orphans, and in this case, we don't deal with issues of war, those kinds of things, and we're blessed with it. But we have a great system, and I want to just share that with you, because how could we apply that to your presentation? We in the United States take our law enforcement and break it up into 3 categories. That is the juvenile, or the children under the age of 13, or ward of the state. They're responsible for housing, food, clothing, education, et cetera, et cetera. So the safety and welfare of the child is taken care of by the state. We assume that responsibility. And then the next one is a juvenile, what we call juvie court or juvenile. And they end up in juvenile system in a, what do they call those centers of the juvenile centers. The word escapes me, yeah. But once you get into those systems, it's very difficult to get out. It seems like it's a stepping stone graduation to prison. And that's the third one, is the adults. If we had a system like that internationally, where we take children under, let's say, the age of 13, and took over their sustainability, their welfare, safety and welfare, might that help?
I believe it would, but our domestic.
It takes on the question of the 40 hours,
right,
or the $1,000.
Right. Definitely,
we all go into one basket. We'll take them both.
We'll take them all.
Yes,
but I believe even our domestic system can see improvement, because we know there is no perfect system. We know that everything can be improved on, and as I have researched this project thoroughly, I've seen stories of people who go through the foster care system and are hurt, are not taken care of for the right reasons, maybe for monetary compensation from the government, and that lack of affection, lack of feeling, that lack of heart is an issue. So we do need to make it a global approach to providing shelter, food, clothing, but we also need to implement care into it. And without that care and affection, that system cannot be the system for taking care of orphans. As great of a system as it is, it's not a perfect system. Question?
I have actually more of a comment. I also put tear-jerking on the video. It is very tear-jerking. It was very emotional. The whole thing is very emotional. I have a comment on you talking about the foster care system and the emotional support. I actually had firsthand experience with that. My brother fostered children, and I've seen several of his foster kids. A lot of them are not doing exactly what you're talking about. The emotions. I mean, they have the house, they go to school, but they act out because they're emotionally not there. And it's what the system needs, is to have more of psychologists to take care of these kids as well. It's not just that they need a home and food, they need psychological help, because a lot of them.
Right, and as we hear today, from the presentations that you've heard, the presentation inshallah you will hear, you will see tragedy, human tragedy, fear across the globe, whether that be in Kashmir or Palestine, in the Rohingya crisis, whether that be in Africa, whether that be in Asia, it's all over the world. Human tragedy is a part of it, and orphans flood out of these communities. As we see everybody trying to implement a system to make it better through justice and mercy, through economic stability, through asabiyya, through leadership, we must understand that the floodgates of pain must stop first in order for us to progress and create that system to help our population. Thank you, everybody. Any more questions?
I have a comment question. In your perspective, in your research, have you done any research at the local level, any attempts of fostering? Brother Victor mentioned the juvenile correction institute, right? And is one example itself. Then, do you know or are you aware of any Muslims that does fostering in this local?
Through the survey that
The
we sent,
Portland metropolitan area?
right, through this survey that we sent out, I'm not gonna mention names because I promised that survey would be anonymous. I had a few responses that stated that they do take care of orphans, and a few surveys that responded with, I have gone through it, I know what it feels like, or I am still going through it today, because you saw a lot of the survey respondents were 12 to 18. And we see that it is a part of our community, and we see that our Ummah is trying to fight back, but it needs to be a structured response. It's not just one person here and one person there. The Ummah must come together in the community and go through that 3-step process, the triangles, and inshallah, we can enact it.
So are you aware of any institution that's?
Institution, no, people, yes.
This organization foster 5% of students. Are you aware of that?
Foster through educational support?
Educational, food, social security.
Right, we spoke about that, yeah, I do remember.
Why didn't you mention in your survey,
Why didn't I not mention?
in your research paper? There are institutions that does such an important work.
Well, I did bring up institutions that did such important work. The conversation that you and I wanted to have was not specific enough for me to understand exactly what MIT does. I know MIT does work.
No, but fostering is not about food.
Right.
And security, the way the video projected. Fostering is also what Brother Tom tried to mention, the advice, the 40 hours, the time, the successful plan, and the roadmap.
Exactly.
So this is an excellent paper that can be enhanced, more in a practical way.
Sure. No problem. Any other comments? Yes.
The respondents to your survey, were they all Muslims or was it
No.
across the board?
It was across the board. It was Muslims, people of different faiths. It was people across all socioeconomic status. Sees in different regions of the Portland area, whether that be in the southwest region, northwest region. It was sent out to like over 200 people. Had over 80 respondents. Alhamdulillah. And alhamdulillah, made great senior things. Thank you all.
كنسل علينا امس الليل يعني.
It should be there.
Great, fine. That's, no, that's just so far.
Just wait.
You're advising to do sure, yeah. So wait.
It does say that right there.
We're waiting for Brother Hector's return.
أنا بس طالع. Sorry. How was your driver? Was it good driver? You like this spicy? You want to know what's this? What is it? It's their clothes. What's in they incredible. There's one suit this big. That's the recipe. I was excited trying to seriously. I just take care of my business. I'm excited. Use use close. What did you say closing? I said right. Meaning, yeah. And if kept. And I'm going to say closed. This is closed. Spanish closed. It starts with close. Some people they call it this month. This one is the name.
This mic?
Looks like a name.
You want this mic?
No.
No, that- this one. Yeah. That's not that. But it's part of the flower, you know, like saffron, like saffron. So, given it's a region that we grow a lot of flowers. In certain areas, it's not all yes. I don't know in the region. You make it. From where? For the same. 4 hours. Tax 1 hour from under. She's from there. Center part of it. About 3 hours, 4 hours.
Welcome back. So today I have the pleasure of introducing a third student who I was their advisor, Yahya Ibrahim. And Yahya and I, this is the first time I've worked with him on a social studies project. Before that, Yahya was in many of my science fair projects with me and done a very good job at them. And this was very interesting to see his research thought process through this project on colonial ethnic cleansing, about the Rohingya crisis that's going on. And Yahya will explain what we did and worked on together.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. My teacher Joy stated, my name is Yahya Ibrahim, and today I'm going to be talking about a very interesting topic of the colonial ethnic cleansing of communities. So before I get started, I'd like everybody here to actually answer 2 questions that I have for them. So the first question is, do any of you know who Rohingya Muslims are? You know, raise your hands if any of you are familiar with them. That's great. My second question is, have any of you heard about the genocide that's going on in the and that has so the reason why I asked everybody here those questions is because I provided those questions in the survey that I've conducted. You know, I actually had 4 questions, and all of you here have answered 2 of them. So about right here is the first question that I asked. That is, do you know who the Rohingya Muslims are? And about 79% of the people who answered were familiar with them. And they said, yes, we know who they are, we know what they are. And about 23% of them were not familiar with who the Rohingya Muslims are. My second question was, are you familiar with the Rohingya genocide that's going on? The numbers were somewhat similar to the previous question that I asked, with 79% of the people knowing about the genocide and what's going on, and about 26% of people not really knowing about what's going on. My third question was, what is your age group? And this question right here actually is really important because it's going to actually have be the basis for the next question that's coming up. So as you can see right here, most of the people that actually did my survey was from people from ages 12 to beyond. And so most of them were about from ages 14 to 19. So about people who were ages 14 to 19 were actually familiar with who the Rohingya Muslims are and what was the genocide that they were going through. The next part is a very important question, and that is, if you are familiar with this, then tell me, where have you heard about them? It could be from social media, it could be from any news outlet, it could even be from word of mouth. And as you can tell from right here, many of the people who have answered said that they heard about them through social media. And that is a really big impact on me, especially because it shows that a lot of the younger generations actually hear about what's going on around the world through social media. And it shows how powerful social media is in reality. So, you know, a lot of them use, you know, you heard of Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter. It could be like, for the Rohingya Muslims especially, it could be trending on Twitter, it could be on somebody's Snapchat, it could be on their story, it could be even on a post that they have. And so another thing that I realized while doing this was that the amount of people who are actually older, and why were they not familiar with the Rohingya Muslims as much? And so what I came to realize is because a lot of the news outlets that we have don't actually cover what's happening with the Rohingya Muslims. And, you know, that's actually quite surprising because, you know, you hear about it all over social media, you hear about it all over, like, you know, like I said, Twitter, Instagram, and such. But why are we not hearing it through, you know, news outlets? Why are we not hearing it from CNN? Why are we not hearing it from any other news outlets that we have? And so that came into mind for me, and I realized that because people who are older do not have the usage of social media and are not hearing about this through, you know, news outlets that they're familiar with, because like when they flip the channel, you can see CNN, but they're not talking about it. It makes you realize that there's nothing much that they can do to actually know about these people. And that some of the people who are actually familiar with them do intense research on them and are actually well aware of them through other means, such as one of them being word of mouth. So to introduce my whole topic, so in many Asian countries, as we have seen beforehand with previous people that have been working on it, many of them actually face the single unfortunate reality of the genocide and mass removals. And one of the people that I'll be talking about today are the Rohingya Muslims. And they are a prominent example of what's happening between them and the Myanmar government. And because of Myanmar's discriminatory policies, specifically in 2017, there was a show of renewed violence, which made many of the Rohingya Muslims actually migrate from Myanmar to different countries, especially in Bangladesh, about 250,000. So I had a question that came into mind when I was researching my project. And that question was, is there even a slight possibility for the Rohingya Muslims to find peace, to find salvation anywhere without being prosecuted? And I'll further answer my question through this presentation. So right here, what I'll be talking about, my focus is going to be on the history aspect of the Rohingya Muslims, starting from 1940, and during that time, that was Burma, which is also known as Myanmar's independence. And I'll be also talking about through 1982. That was a time where Myanmar actually declared the Rohingya Muslims not one of the 135 ethnic groups that are present there. And this is important. I'll explain further through the presentation. I'll be also talking about the crises that the Rohingya Muslims have been going through, especially prominent in 1991, where 250,000 Rohingya Muslims actually evacuated out of Myanmar to 2017. 2017 was really a point in time where the Rohingya Muslims faced the worst prosecution. So to start off, who are the Rohingya Muslims? So the Rohingya Muslims are an ethnic group whom the majority are Muslims. And there are about 1.1 million Rohingya Muslims around the world today. And they are also known to be one of the most prosecuted nations to ever exist, as speculated by a lot of other countries in the world. And they have been known to speak the language Rohingya, and that is a language which is somewhat familiar with Myanmar's language that they speak. So where do they currently reside? The thing about the Rohingya Muslims, as you can tell from the picture on the right, is the fact that at first they were in the Arakan region, but because they were soon made stateless, they don't have a specific country that they themselves call home. So oftentimes they go up to Bangladesh, which is prominently where they are, and so they're crossing over land. Another thing that they do is they cross overseas, other countries such as Malaysia, Indonesia, and Thailand. So a lot of times they're either found in southern or southeastern Asian countries. And why are they being prosecuted? So, there's a lot of history behind why they're being prosecuted, but the main point is because the Rohingyas are considered as foreigners to the Myanmar government. So they don't consider them as actual civilians. They don't consider them being people who are part of the Myanmar country. So they don't have any citizenship, they shouldn't be there. And that was the belief of the Myanmar government. So to start off with the Rohingya history, and this is their settlement attempts. So the Muslim settlers came to Arakan state and starting around the 1430s, and as a small Muslim population that lived during this time. And during this time, around 1824, up until 1824, Burma, which Myanmar was known back then, was actually under rule by Britain. And then, since they were under rule by Britain, a lot of Muslims started coming from Bengal. So after a 4-year period, after Myanmar was under British rule, more Muslims started coming in, more people started coming in, and then they started multiplying more. And one of the things about the Rohingyas was that they were promised by the British that if they helped them during the Japanese war they had with Japan, they would actually have their own state. But since they did help them, and what ended up happening was that they weren't given the state that they were promised. In fact, what happened was that since Myanmar actually gained its independence around 1948, that's when things started taking the worse, and they weren't given their state, and instead they had to go through persecution. So the first thing that happened to them ever since they weren't promised their state was that they were ripped away from their citizenships and rights. And then the government of Myanmar actually failed to recognize the Rohingya Muslims as one of the 135 ethnic groups that live there. And because of this, a lot of the Rohingya Muslims ended up not having any rights. They couldn't be in any government bodies as well. That was an interesting fact that I found surprising, because there were actually 2 Rohingya Muslims who were actually part of the Myanmar government and actually established citizenship rights, with one of them being Sultan Ahmed. So he was well known for setting the boundaries and setting the rules and regulations for citizenship and rights for everybody in Myanmar. But, what happened was in 1962, General Lee Win, you can see him on the top right, he was the one who came into power and started saying, okay, we don't want any Rohingyas on government bodies no more. We don't want them to have any, association with us. And because of this ideology, he was the one who started actually putting more pressure on the government to, get rid of the Rohingyas, get rid of the rights that they have, and any little thing that belongs to them, they should be stripped away from them. Because the General Lee Wing, he believed that the majority Buddhist population should have all the rights because they're the ones who lived there and the Rohingyas weren't actually foreigners. And they don't deserve any rights that was applied on the citizens. So because of this, there were two campaigns that General Lee Wing was part of. The first one was Operation King Dragon. And this was when the Burmese or Myanmar military forces targeted the Rohingya people and were accused of human rights abuses, including rape, destruction of houses and villages, and mass arrests. They were also accused of murder as well. With such dangerous conditions being thrown at the Rohingya people, the thing that they did was flee to Bangladesh in such large numbers. About 250,000 of them actually went to Bangladesh. There was another campaign that came in line, and this was called Operation Clean and Beautiful Nation. And the surprising thing about Operation Clean and Beautiful Nation was that the reason why they called it, the Myanmar government believed that the Rohingya Muslims were quote unquote trash. That's what they believed in us. And so because of this, they wanted to get rid of the Rohingya Muslims and make their country clean and beautiful. Hence the name Clean and Beautiful Nation. And they used the same tactics as they did with Operation King Dragon, mass murder, they used rapes, and they also used destruction of property as well. So the Rohingya present and the tipping point. So today, Rohingyas are still considered illegal immigrants in Myanmar and are not recognized under the law. And Rohingya Muslims cannot also have access to social services or education, and their movement outside the Rakhine state is still restricted. Myanmar has also imposed strict regulations on birth control and marriage. And this provided to be a huge issue for the Rohingya Muslims, because if they wanted to get married, there were only certain places that they could go in the Rakhine state, because if they tried getting married outside, they could get prosecuted, they could be brought apart, and couples actually were oftentimes killed if they were caught getting married. Another thing that they would do was try to get out of Myanmar in general. Okay, another thing that they try to do is they try to get out of Myanmar in general so that they could safely get married and also establish a family. This oftentimes will prove to not available to many of them, because if they try getting out of the border, what would happen is that they'll be confronted by the Myanmar border patrol and oftentimes killed. There's another thing that was going on, and that was with birth control. So what people were doing, as you can see on the picture on the right, was that you would have a number on your chest. Your whole family would have a number on your chest. And what you had to do was take a picture of that family, and and that was it. That was the family members that you had. That was the family members that the Myanmar government were familiar with. Any additional members were either killed or taken away from you. So oftentimes, they won't have many family members involved during that picture time. They won't be present, important figures such as mothers, fathers, siblings, and oftentimes they'll be taken away and they'll be killed. Anti-Rohingya attacks. In June 2012, this was the start of anti-Rohingya attacks by the Buddhist civilians of Myanmar. And this happened because they blamed the Rohingya Muslims for taking advantage of their women and trying to take over their land in general. And even though a lot of the government officials saw this, even though the military saw this, they didn't bother to go in and stop this, because they thought, well, they're getting rid of the Rohingyas, that was what we wanted to begin with. And even starting in October 2012, military men and policemen started going into these raids and saying, okay, we want to be part of this, and we want to start killing off the units as well. And so what they wanted to do was try to erase any generations that was of Rohingyas that were present there. That would be, burning down schools, houses. That would also include getting rid of mosques as well. And as you know, the Muslims, mosques were really important. And often about 120,000 Rohingyans were actually displaced during this time as well. So Operation the clearance operation. So I want everybody here to pay attention to the picture on the right. So this picture on the right is what a child do, a child. And the reason being, because this child was exposed to the killing of his family members, the burning of his house, the killing of his friends as well. So the trauma that this child had is really seen on this picture that he drew. As you can tell, The ones with the guns are the men in the government, and the ones that are being killed is his family members. And the house burning over there is his own home, because now he is an orphan and now he's also homeless as well. And during this time in operation, in the clearance operation, it happened on August 25th, 2017. And this happened because a rebel group named ARSA attacked several Burmese or Myanmar patrol places. And this was incited by the military so that they could prove to the government and say, we need to kill more of the Rohingyas, we need to get more of the Rohingyas, because they're attacking our military places, they're attacking our bases, we have to protect ourselves. Even though this wasn't true, it was actually incited by the Rohingya, by the Burmese government. And so on the morning of August 25th, 2017, they marched in, they started killing everybody in sight, from children to old people to women and men. So I go back to my question, and my question that I stated beforehand was, is there a slight possibility of Rohingya Muslims have a better future? And my answer is, even though after everything that I've stated, I still believe that there is. So one of the things that we could do is actually help out the Rohingya Muslims, because in Islam, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the Prophet actually make us help our fellow brothers and sisters in need. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, as somebody stated beforehand, whoever rescues a Muslim brother or sister who is having adversity, they themselves will be averted from that adversity in the hereafter, inshallah. So in the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also says, يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تحلوا شعائر الله ولا الشهر الحرام ولا الهدي ولا القلائد ولا آمين البيت الحرام يبتغون فضلا من ربهم ورضوانه. And so the first part that I'm going to be focusing on is help one another in acts of piety and righteousness. Do not assist each other in acts of sinfulness and transgression. If we help each other out, there's a better chance for the Rohingya Muslims to actually receive the help that they need. And so the Prophet, peace be upon him, also stated that a fellow believer serves as a mirror for another believer. And if you really put this in perspective, that means that if I am seen doing something good or helping people in need or just doing anything that's appealing, and there's other people and others such as other Muslim brothers and Islam will follow me in that direction and do what I'm doing because they want to copy the good that I'm doing. Hence mirror. Here are some organizations that we could also actually look into. The first to actually help out the Rohingya Muslims by going to the places where they are, such as Bangladesh, and actually helping out children, women who are in need, and also old people as well. The last two right here actually help out by sending them aid, and that's another couple of things. And here are some lesson takeaways. So a promise, as I've stated, with the British government is the fact that, the Rohingya Muslims were put into this ordeal because of the fact that the British didn't give them their own state, as I've stated beforehand. And in Islam, we know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that whoever makes a covenant, you have to make that covenant or you will be, asked about it in the day of judgment. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala goes on further by saying, Surah Al-Anfal 72, إِنَّ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَهَاجَرُوا وَجَاهَدُوا بِأَمْوَالِهِمْ وَأَنفُسِهِمْ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ. Yes, but if they seek your help in religion, you should help them out as much as possible. Another one is the killing of innocents, and this is really important because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that if one person is killed in mankind, that means that you have killed mankind in general. So what does that mean when it comes to killing a whole innocent nation? And Abu Bakr as-Siddiq also made emphasis that if you are going on a military campaign, you should not kill women, men, or old children. And here are my sources, and thank you very much. All right, so I'm looking forward to any questions about the judges. I'll answer them.
So Myanmar, I think, is a majority Buddhist country. Is there, and I ask this out of complete ignorance, I'm afraid, is there either theological or historical reasons for antipathy between the Muslim minority and the Buddhist majority?
The reason why, this problem ensued mostly is actually, from what I researched, the fact that they're not Buddhists themselves, and that it was more as the Islamophobic, outlook on stuff as well. And also considering the fact that they believe that the Rohingya Muslims were foreigners, and that they shouldn't be there. They thought that why are there so many people coming into our land? Why are there so many, people that are not like us coming into our land? So they thought of this, like the Rohingya Muslims coming in, especially, during that 40-year period I stated beforehand, so many people coming in that they were starting to get scared. That was another reaction. The fear of having them being overrun.
I'm sorry, may I ask just a follow-up? In places other than Myanmar, is there anything comparable in antagonism between Buddhists and Muslims?
From the research that I've done, the ones that are emphasized mostly is with land. So, there hasn't been any.
Thank you.
Very good presentation. And could you please repeat your reason again after you read the ayah? I was thinking about the meaning of ayah, and then you said something that if I go ahead and do something, some other people are going to follow me. Would you please repeat that again?
That one. So that is, if I go back to that, that is. So the Prophet said, fellow believers serve as mirrors to one another. And that's the report about Dawood. So, what that means is that what I'm trying to say is that if I'm seen doing something good, other people will mirror me, do the exact same thing that I'm doing. So, in this case, what I'm saying is that if I'm seen helping out people who are in need, more people will see that and they will want to help other people who are in need as well. So, it just multiplies and, the rewards are going on as well. And the goodness is going on. It's being spread.
Thank you again for the presentation, for highlighting something there that needs to be. At the very beginning, you had a graph about, I'm not sure I got the graph about the media. You said also the people got their information from the media. And I didn't get your graph was representing what.
Okay, so I go back to that. This one right here, right?
Yeah.
So what I was saying is that a lot of people answered, that how they got their information was through social media. Very few actually got their information from the news. Very few got it from the.
So you basically have each bar is one person.
Yeah, each bar is one person. It's hard to read it. Yes, I can see, but like I want to she's like each individual bar is one. So
okay, I have a couple that I can see. Because you have several social media unders.
Yeah, some of them are like, it doesn't figure sense how it's just like, let me. If I were to actually like go on to a computer right now and like click the individual graph itself, it'll show like what it says now. And like when I did that for each individual one, which was 34 of them, most of them answered the social media as being the prime source.
So Ryan, and if I mispronounced your name, I apologize, challenged us with a really good question about why are some things more publicized than others? So that's a fair paraphrase of your question. So that was a really good question. In your case, almost 80% of the people that you surveyed, of the 35 people, knew about it. But what do you think about his question generally about why are some things more publicized than others? His case is dramatic because it was so widespread, but this is very also very current and since 2017 and now again is a sort of a hotbed in the world. Why don't we see more about it?
Well, the one thing that I would believe is that I actually asked them one question, correct? So what they said was that they can't see, it's not as publicized as the fact, for example, of news stations. That's one of the biggest things that I was told. I asked a couple of people and they said that news stations won't provide the information that I want to know, to further understand what's going on. At times, Al Jazeera is one news station. That's one out of the many that are, that actually go with this issue. So if we need to have more places, have information information about the Muslims, I would believe that, more people would be more aware. As I said, most of the stations don't even cover it, they don't even bother to consider what's going on, especially like, nowadays with Palestine as well, you don't see many of them even go with that issue. So, the Rohingya Muslims is out of question, they won't even consider them and like put them out there on display. But I believe that if they did, I feel like that effect of people helping would be dramatic.
So clearly they're not, the whole issue is not on news, popular news or on the radar. They're all mostly individual accounts of what's going on in the neighborhood.
Thank you very much. The presentation is very important and very focused.
Thank you.
On this one. The Rohingya issues mostly is because of several reasons. They're not settlers, from Bangladesh. Some of them are very indigenous to the land. The region called Arakan, that historical, and it used to be at one time a fully functioning kingdom. So British mandate, like the mess that happened in the world, they dissected and put it with Burma, or it's called now Myanmar. The main issues, it became diagnosed by the United Nations as an ethnic cleansing or genocide, And mostly, Myanmar doesn't want to give up Arakan because of the gold and oil as well. That's another, mostly economic reasons for not giving up. Job well done.
Thank you.
I have just one last slide. There seems to be a common theme with everyone who presented here that Britain was the problem. Most of them, it's not just that, it's even Iraq and Kuwait was part of Iraq, it's Sudan and Egypt. It's a lot of different parts. They have colonized so many places, and then as they left, their main focus was splitting the places, creating conflict. So these places once gathered together will become powerful, and then try to get back at them. So unfortunately, that's the case in most of the problems of the world.
But I'd like to thank you, Gloria, for helping me for 3 days straight, especially with the presentation. Thank you for that. Also want to thank everybody here that listened attentively, gave me feedback as well, and gave me questions that made me really think. Thank you, my classmates as well, for helping me out, believing in me, and thank you.
So we'll stop now. We'll take a break for lunch. And for those that will pray for prayers as well, and we'll come back here by 1:30. So please be on time. And this is we have one student that couldn't make it to here, so we'll schedule her within the faculty to present in person. So we are on time. So lunch will be downstairs at the A1 hall. Everybody, students, you can be dismissed now, and we'll have lunch downstairs, please. And then the judges will join us after they finish.
Get out.
About law enforcement.
Recording in progress.
Okay.
Okay, let's take our seats, guys.
They claim we're not obligated to have it from the state, the county, the city.
That was Assalamu everybody. Muhammad, let's start, inshallah. Sorry, I didn't join you for lunch. We had public testimony today at the state of Oregon. They're gonna recognize April is the month of Arab Americans. That's a good news. Yeah. So without further delay, it's really an honor. I'm not his advisor, and I cannot claim to be an advisor for Muhammad Abdul Qadir. Sister Sahar, may Allah bless her. Reward her, she was his advisor, and she couldn't make it for whatever reasons. So Muhammad has joined our Oregon Islamic Academy in the last 2 years. You know, he moved from Kansas City to Portland, and Muhammad has been a very unique student like many others. And I happen to teach him leadership, entrepreneurship, and engagement. And he has been a good, solid gentleman, and he's addressing a very important subject, that's perfection. And Muhammad, he can come close to perfection in his attitude, in his intelligence, and his also presentation. So his topic is finding perfection in the imperfect world. So Muhammad, without further delay, let's welcome Muhammad Abdul Qadir. Muhammad is a Syrian American, born and raised here in the United States. Two great parents.
My name is Muhammad Abdul Qadir, and my project today is going to be covering finding perfection in an imperfect world by mankind's quest for perfection. So, كيف السبيل إلى الإحسان is how we summarize that. Okay, so just going over this general outline, we're going to be starting out with the introduction or the muqaddimah, background information, so معلومات الهامة, a comparative study of Plato's Republic and Al-Farabi's City of Virtue, so دراسة مقارنة لجمهورية أفلاطون والمدينة الفاضلة للفارابي, and we'll cover Islamic perfection or al-ihsan. Then we'll go into the community survey that we conducted, so the dirasa al-istihsadiyya, and then finally the conclusion of the istintaj. So starting out with the muqaddimah or the introduction, I want to just talk about what my project is going to be covering. So in a general sense, my project is just going to cover the difference between perfection as we may see it in a day-to-day life versus how we see perfection in a philosophical sense and an Islamic sense. And we're just going to be talking about a few main things in my project. So the many different definitions of perfection, the philosophy behind perfection, theories on how a perfect society would be possible, and the concept of Islamic perfection. So what is perfection? ما هو الكمال أو التمام الشيء? So why do definitions matter? We're going to start out by defining our terms just to make sure that there's no confusion as we go into this. That's an important thing in philosophy. If two people enter a discussion with different definitions, there's always going to be confusion. So let's just start with the dictionary definitions. So this is just the commonplace definition for perfection. So when we're talking about perfection in a general sense in a day-to-day life, we're going to be talking about the conditioned state or quality of being free of, or as free of as possible from all flaws or defects. Now this definition isn't going to be as relevant to our discussion here today just because human beings are more flawed than we typically like to admit. So this is just a type of perfection that's typically not considered to be possible for humans. It's exclusive to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now let's go into the philosophical definition, at-ta'rif al-falsafi. This is going to be the definition we talk about a little more in depth. It's basically just perfection, meaning pursuing the best possible. Now this definition, as you can see, is a bit vague. That's because as we go into the philosophy of perfectionism, we're going to be essentially looking into how we ourselves can apply our own ideas of perfection onto the definition. Next, we have the Islamic definition of perfection, or at-ta'rif al-Islami. This is going to be our last definition that we need to learn here today.
This is just going to be perfection to achieve a state of ihsan in one's heart. And if we look down here, we'll see that the meaning of ihsan here is just pursuit of excellence in everything that you do. And if we look at the root word for ihsan, it's hasan, which is actually also the root word for hasana, which is a good deed. So I'll just go into the background information or ma'lumat al-hamma. So we're going to be talking. Okay. We're going to be talking here about utilitarianism or nafiyya. So, sorry about that. So what is utilitarianism? Is utilitarianism a form of perfectionism, and why does it matter? So this is going to be talking about essentially the ideas of utilitarianism as they were outlined in the book Utilitarianism by John Stuart Mill. Now, Mill didn't actually create utilitarianism. However, he did work to push it into the public eye. And as we can see here, utilitarianism is essentially a philosophy that is founded on human happiness. Or as Mill would put it, utility, or the greatest happiness principle, holds that actions are right in proportion as they tend to promote happiness, wrong as they tend to produce the reverse of happiness. So essentially what he's saying here is we can assume that actions will be morally correct based on how much happiness they introduce into the world. Or vice versa, we can assume that if they introduce sadness or depression or anything else that would be contrary to happiness, then they would be morally incorrect. So does utilitarianism count as a form of perfectionism? Or so when we're considering this, we need to know what perfectionism is. Perfectionism is just the philosophy that we use to achieve the definition that we introduced earlier, so pursuing the best possible. So when we think about this, there's also people who will actually define it, since in most cases, we're actually looking to introduce a objective moral standard into this definition that we introduced. Most people will define it as working to achieve the best possible, excluding happiness, since there's actually a debate on whether or not you can use happiness to objectively achieve a moral correctness, essentially. However, for the sake of this, we're actually going to maintain that utilitarianism does count as a form of perfectionism, simply for the fact that two of the people I'm talking about today, Plato and Al-Farabi, two of the best philosophers of all time, actually consider utilitarianism a major part in their quest to find an ideal state. So let's just jump right into it, a comparative study of Plato's Republic and Al-Farabi's City of Virtue. So starting out with Plato's Republic, or Jumhuriyat al-Fiqh, we're going to be talking about some important sections here. So we're going to be talking about al-adalat, so justice, and then the hakim, or the ruler. And something important to think about here is that Plato is actually transcribing the work of his master philosopher Socrates, and we don't know where his ideas begin and where Socrates' ideas begin, so we're just going to treat it as Plato's ideas. So justice, this is actually a large section of the Republic. The first few chapters are all focused on Plato's quest to find what justice means. So when he goes into it, he starts to ask people at this man's house, he's asking them, what do you think justice means? And some people respond with justice is to do good. Some people respond with justice is decided by the strong. He always finds that there's loopholes in these ideas, in these places where he can poke holes into their philosophy. So he says, so what is it? So this is what he concludes. He concludes that justice is a balance in society between the artisan, auxiliary, and ruler classes. So essentially we're talking about here is the general public, or the people who will produce the goods of the nation. We have the auxiliary, or the people who are essentially defending the nation and enforcing the rules. And then we have the ruler, who we're going to talk about here. So who is the ruler? Essentially, the ruler is going to decide what the laws are. And Plato came to this idea that, well, how can we decide who's going to be the person to decide what the rules are going to be? How are we going to find someone who's just morally outstanding enough to do that? And it comes to this idea that there is an appetitive, a spirited, and a rational part to a person. And he says that the balance between these within us produce happiness, and that greater happiness leads to greater perfection. And so he says that the perfectly moral person is going to be someone who has a balance between the appetitive, rational, and spirited parts. So, apologize for that. So then he came to this idea of, well, who would be the perfect ruler? So looking into it, he says, well, anyone can achieve this, the appetitive part. That's just physical desire, things like I want to eat, I want to drink. And he says, well, anyone can also achieve the spirited part. That's just connecting with people around you and things around you. So then he says, well, what about the last part, the logical part? And then he comes to the conclusion that the only people who can achieve a high enough level of this logical part is going to be a philosopher. So a little bit of self-indulgence, I suppose. He says, okay, so philosopher class, a ruling class of just philosophers who can maintain all the knowledge within themselves. And that's what he comes to the conclusion of. So now let's get into a little bit of what Al-Farabi believes. So his book titled The Opinions of People of the Virtuous State and Virtuous City and Its Opponents, or Ara'i Ahli Madinat al-Fadila wa Mudabbatha. So just the important sections for him, we're going to have virtue, al-Fadila, and then ruler, al-Hakim. And this is just a photo of al-Farabi. So virtue. Now, important to keep in mind, he was actually responding to Plato in much of what he wrote in this book. And also, he was born past the time that the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, passed away. And that's important to keep in mind for something that comes up later in his life. So it's just important to also note that virtue is very analogous to what Plato thinks was justice, in that he believed it was the key to holding a perfect society, or the key to making someone have this happiness within themselves, or he called it a sa'ad. So what is virtue in his eyes? Well, he says that there's 4 types of virtue that you maintain within yourself. And when you achieve all of them, you will be a virtuous person. So theoretical virtue, the knowledge of that which is good and true. Deliberate virtue, the knowledge of how to attain that which is good and true. Then we have moral virtue, so the desire to actually go out and achieve it. Then practical arts, which is just how you go about achieving it. So talking about the ruler, so basically Al-Farabi pretty much agrees with what Plato says about this society. He says, okay, your ideas are fine. I just think that there's an issue when it comes to the ruler. I think we need to definitely reconsider who's going to be the person who rules the state. I think it needs to be someone virtuous over someone who is knowledgeable. And so he says that if someone can actually maximize these 4 virtues, then they should be considered a candidate. But he says, even if we look at the Islamic philosophers, even if we look at scholars, even if we look at philosophers in general, no one's going to be able to achieve this. So he comes to the conclusion that if he was born earlier, he would have liked to have had the prophets, peace and blessings be upon them, be the ones he placed at the top, because he believes that they are the only people who will actually be able to achieve the standard. So here we have an example from the Quran, in which it's talking about the prophet Yahya. It's just saying that even as a child, he was better than most of the people in purity and in essentially affection than most of the grown adults in his state. So how do Plato and Al-Farabi compare? So when we're talking about the state, we're going to be talking about, right here we have the artisans. And the artisans and the auxiliary actually are pretty similar between these two. So they actually, they're pretty similar in that the differences between the 2 classes are pretty similar for these two. So Al-Farabi believes these 2 classes shouldn't be as separated as Plato believes they should be. And he also believes that between the 2, they should also have access to knowledge and education, unlike Plato, who says that the ruler should decide what knowledge gets distributed to who. So if we look here, major difference between what Plato and Al-Farabi believed about the ruler is that they believed that 1, Plato thought, again, the knowledge only belongs to the ruler, and 2, Al-Farabi believed that the prophets were the people who were best fit to lead. So he's definitely closer to the idea of the Islamic Caliphate. So now let's talk about Islamic perfection, or al-ihsan. So looking into here, we have what is Islamic perfection? 3 levels of perfection. Perfection in the Quran and Sunnah in today's Islamic society. So we're just going to be talking about the 3 levels of perfection first. So and if you look over here at this diagram, we'll see that we have al-Islam, which is just doing the 5 pillars of Islam, al-Iman, or belief in the 6 pillars of faith, and al-Ihsan. We're going to be focusing mainly on al-Ihsan, and we'll just talk about al-Islam and al-Iman a little bit at the start. Sorry, that again. Just talking about the difference between al-Islam and al-Iman. So we're going to be looking here at this ayah where it talks about the Bedouins. And they're essentially saying, well, when they came into the faith, they said, we have Iman. And then the people who were already in the faith told them, no, say that you have Islam. Islam, and the concept of Islam is essentially just performing the daily prayers, performing the actions, essentially that are related to Islam, so saying the Shahada. Whereas we have an Iman, so they were saying we have Iman, and they were telling them, no, you have Islam. Eventually, you will get Iman. And that's the faith or the belief in your heart in that this is true, essentially. So then we move on to Al-Ihsan, and before we actually talk about this, let's talk about this hadith of Jibreel, where it says, The prophet is actually talking here with an angel, and he says to the angel, after he's asked, "Tell me about excellence," he says, "The prophet said excellence is to worship Allah as if you see him, for if you do not see him, he surely sees you." Or فأخبرني عن الإحسان قال أن تعبد الله كأنك تراه فإن لم تكن تراه فإنه يراك. So essentially, ihsan is just to worship Allah in a deeper way than Iman and Islam. So you can see it as a combination of the two, but it really goes further than that. If you have ihsan, you're thinking constantly about how you can further yourself in these actions. Okay. So perfection in the Quran and the Sunnah. We're just going to be going over the ihsan in the Quran and Sunnah. So here we have ihsan in the Quran, and we're going to be talking about the use of the word ihsan. The word ihsan actually translates to perfection. So we're going to be looking at the word ihsan, muhsin, muhsinun, or any variation of the word. And it appears in the Quran about 70 times, and it's always in one of these four situations. So to reference a prophet or prophets, to reference forgiveness and patience, or ihsan to conditions for extreme forgiveness, in association with being kind to your parents, and finally to offer up a great reward for those who have achieved it. So if we look over here at this ayah in Surah Al-Qasas, we're talking about how there's a man who's disobeying Allah, and he's being told, do this and I will forgive you and I'll give you this reward, and he continues to deny it. So essentially, these are some things that are being said. And right here we have that he has set ihsan as one of the things that you should do in order to attain forgiveness. And we have some more surah where we just talk about how these different examples, and I can go on and on. I just have a few examples sit here, and I'm not going to go through them all just for time. So let's just go to ihsan in the Sunnah / prophetic tradition. So ihsan in the Sunnah. Here we're going to be talking about how the Prophet views ihsan. So the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was essentially sent as the last prophet. And that's something that we talked about earlier when we talked about Al-Farabi, and why he said, if the prophets were still around, I would have them do the job. It's because he was born past the time when the last prophet was born. And actually here we have that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, where he's saying, I was sent here to just essentially perfect the mannerisms or these actions. And also we have, he was a living Quran according to his wife, Lady Aisha, where she says, Quran. So he was very much inspired by what he preached. He very much read the Quran and he knew what to do with it. He definitely, in everything that he did, he was a good example of the Quran. And also we should talk about the fact that why are we talking about the Prophet Muhammad in this presentation is because even outside of the reference of Islamic information, he was actually cited by Michael Hart in his book about who the 100 highest ranking people who influenced on world history. He cites Prophet Muhammad as the #1 most influential man in history. Here we have a hadith from Lady Aisha that just demonstrates his belief on perfection, where he says, I think everyone should be striving for it. So Lady Aisha, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala be pleased with her, related that the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, said, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves those who perform their tasks or deeds to the best of their ability. Now let's talk about how the Islamic society compares to the ideas of Plato and Al-Farabi that we talked about before. So in Islamic society, we have a system where we have the caliphate, which just says the prophets are the people who rule to begin with. And then after the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, passed away, they actually looked through the Islamic scholars, and then they assigned someone from that who no one disagreed with. And so if we look at this, Plato definitely disagrees more with the ideas of the Islamic society than Al-Farabi. Al-Farabi was mostly responding to Plato in his book. So when we look at the responses, Al-Farabi actually believes more closely in what the Islamic society was set up to look like. And also he believes that, again, in a similar system to the Islamic Caliphate. So now let's look at the community survey, or Dirasat Iqtisadiya. So as a part of our senior thesis, we all had to conduct a survey or an interview with someone. And we had to essentially look at the data and bring it to you today. So we're just going to talk about the questions, results, and sources. So first off, the questions. My questions were essentially designed with anonymity in mind, so no one would feel uncomfortable answering. And also we asked some of the same questions twice, just to make sure we got accurate data. So just getting demographic information out of the way, about 70% of our participants were female and about 70 were 18 to, I think it was 8 years old. So it's just showing that we have a bias to a younger generation and a bias to a female audience. So just the school's demographic essentially. So the questions here, this question was the first question people were asked. What is one of the most important things to attain perfection? And about 51% of people responded with faith. And if we asked them to list them in a list of from greatest to least importance, faith turned out again to be one of the top things, followed by ethics and happiness. And then there was also a few outliers just being good character and success. And finally, we get to the most important thing, I think, and the most interesting part of the presentation, and that was that 54 people actually gave an alternative version to the actual definition of perfection that we typically use of being flawless. But even then, 70% of the participants actually said that perfection was unattainable. So I just think it's interesting to see that even though they gave these easier to attain definitions, they were still saying that even then it's still too difficult. So our sources was my survey was sent out to the students at the school. So we've obviously got a demographic of participants who represent the student body. So let's just conclude. So I want to talk about a summary of what we've talked about. We've talked about the meaning of perfections. We've talked about the ideas on how the state may be perfect. We've talked about how perfection is seen in a general sense, how we as Muslims see perfection, and how perfection appears in the Quran and Sunnah, and also how a normal everyday person views on what a normal everyday person's views on perfection are. So I just think a few of the things we should take away are that perfection is one, not a thing that it's not just the definition that we always think about of being flawless. There's other definitions to perfection. And also in his day-to-day life, Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, always strived to attain a higher level of perfection, despite the fact that he was possibly the most perfect person to have ever walked the earth amongst the other prophets. And so I think it's very important that even though there was a man who embodied these perfect mannerisms, as it was reported by his by the Sahaba at the time, I think it's important that we keep in mind that even then he was trying to strive to be better. So we should definitely follow in his footsteps and strive to be better ourselves. And I definitely want to conclude by just bringing up that when I started this project, I didn't have as nuanced of a view on this topic as I did now. I thought that perfection is definitely just the one definition. And I think definitely we should all look at perfection in a more nuanced sense and definitely follow down these different definitions of perfection and expand upon them. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
So one of the distinctions that you made, as I recall, between sort of definitional perfection, being utterly without flaw, and philosophical perfection, being as close to that ideal as possible. Talked about sort of how we pursue perfection, and then you had this wonderful example about if perfection consisted in everyone getting a free cheese sandwich, which I love. And you said, you need that would consist of everyone getting equal amounts of cheese sandwiches as quickly as possible for those who want them. But now I want to poke at you about that, and that is, where did the equality principle come in?
Well, the equality principle came in after we talked about what they defined the cheese sandwich as being perfection. So if we define perfection as being everyone gets a cheese sandwich, and we say, well, what could be road bumps in the way of getting the cheese sandwich? That's the pursuing part of the definition. We could say, well, a road bump could be that only some people are getting the cheese sandwiches before others. And then we could put in, well, everyone has to have equal access to the cheese sandwiches. And that's where that came from.
So, Matt, please.
Go ahead.
So may I ask you a follow-up about that? Because I hope that you're enjoying this as much as I am. Is there any concept of dessert in the deserving sense, not in the sense of what you get after a meal? Are there some people who should receive more or less of a cheese sandwich? Does that factor in, or is it straight across the board?
Well, definitely, if you're going to look at it like that, like in a real world sense, there would be definitely some people who would say, well, these people don't deserve cheese sandwiches. And there would be other people who said, well, everyone deserves a cheese sandwich. It's definitely just more based on the ideas of the person who is presenting the idea than it is based on the ideas of a group like as a whole. So you'd have to look more specifically into the ideas of the specific people that you're asking on that topic.
And what do you think?
I think everyone deserves a cheese sandwich. They're good. Any more questions? Okay, thank you.
May I ask you one other one?
Okay, one more question.
About the Republic. do you think Plato believed that it was realistic to believe in philosopher kings?
Do I think he actually thought it was a influenced idea that he could actually execute?
That anyone could execute.
That anyone could
Yes.
execute that idea. Well, if we're talking about Plato, I think he was definitely more of an optimistic person at some point in his life. So I think possibly he believed that it could essentially have been achieved. Although I do not personally think that it is a achievable thing, just because even if we were to get philosophers in that situation, he doesn't account for the ideas of like a coup or the ideas of someone stealing power. So I think it would definitely be a lot more difficult than he does to execute.
Good point. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Why did you choose Al-Farabi and Plato?
Well, I chose Plato because
I mean, you could have gone in Ihsan in a different way, more in the deep, really just,
well, I think I chose Al-Farabi and Plato just because they were two different perspectives that really followed the same idea of, well, how could we find not only individual perfection, but also societal perfection? So I think they covered more of like the societal aspect that I wanted to cover, whereas Islam covers more of the individual aspect a lot. And so I didn't have time to really dive into the Islamic aspects of a societal perfection as much as I would have wanted.
you can continue that, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Good job, Muhammad.
Thank you.
Just for our record. Just for the back. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. So, Umair Rahim, I've been his advisor for almost 3 months now, and the subject matter that he went in deep into the discussion is Islamic economics. And Umair has a passion for economics, and he wants to study economics, so it was very interesting, meetings and very interesting discussion. And Umair has done wonderful internships with the social responsibility organizations, and he studies halal investment, or what we call Islamic investments. So without further delay, Umair Rahim of Afghanistan. May Allah bless, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Umair Rahim, as she mentioned. And before I start my presentation, I want everyone to take a moment and think about what the biggest financial issue the world faces today. Now, I know that's a very unfair question, but at the same time, you're going to have a whole 20-minute presentation to think about it. And hopefully, you still won't have an answer. And you'll understand why I said it. So my presentation will be about al-iqtisad al-Islamiyya, or Islamic finance. Oh, yes. There you go. Okay. So to start, this is my table of contents. We will first be going over what is Islamic economics, basically defining it in very broad terms. Next, we'll go over the history of Islamic economics, followed by Islamic banking, property and financial markets, and Islamic macroeconomics, which really are the 3 big branches of Islamic economics. Then we'll finally go over the who is who of Islamic economics. And then within that, we'll also talk about my survey I conducted, and finally, we'll be concluding. So to begin, what is Islamic economics? So to define Islamic economics, let's just break down what Islamic economics is to its root words, right? Islamic, or Islam, and economics. So when something is Islamic, or when something refers to Islam, it refers to the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, as well as the words of God from the Quran. And after that, we look to the word of economics, which is economics is the study of basically how society and how entities within society divvy up resources that are scarce. So if we look at economics of, say, a societal economics, in essence, what that means is how entities of society, i.e. people, individuals, or corporations, or other entities, how they divvy up scarce resources, not just money. I know a lot of people like to look at economics as a study of money, but it's really a lot more than that. There's economics of genetics, there's economics of agriculture, there's so much in depth about economics. So next we'll be going over the history of Islamic economics. So Islamic economics began at the same time as Islamic statehood began, when the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, migrated to Medina and was able to establish a city-state within Medina, was able to kind of establish the Islamic Sharia law as we know it now, right? And so Islamic economics began as a whole branch ideal in which a society could freely practice what we call Islamic economics, right? Islamic dealings in scarce resources, as the word economics means. And after the Prophet's death, we have a brief period in time called the Rashidun Caliphate, where we have the 4 rightly guided caliphs, as Sunni Muslims put it. And in essence, in that period, we had rightfully guided people who ruled. And during that time, before even the Prophet's time, if you look at major cities like Mecca and Medina, Mecca was very economically driven by tourism, in the sense that it had its pilgrimage. Even before, it had idol worshippers who would pilgrimage, and other people who would go to Mecca, and they would spend their money there. And Medina was known as an agricultural society in that it had many date palms. But after, when the Islamic, or the Rashidun Caliphate established itself, it became a very merchant-driven capitalistic society, which is interesting, because a lot of people don't associate Islam with capitalism. They look at more of the University of Chicago School of Economics or the Austrian School of Economics, which is completely libertarian, which is funny. But so they look at those 2 schools of thought as the capitalistic schools of thought, when in reality, Islam is actually very driven by capitalism, but also has socialist aspects to it, as we will see later. So after the Rashidun Caliphate came the Umayyad dynasty, followed by the Abbasids, and then within that, there's also Seljuk Turks who came over. And then not only that, in Egypt, you had the Fatimid dynasty, who was overthrown by Salahuddin al-Ayyubi and established the Ayyubid dynasty. Now, I know that's a mouthful, but basically just understand that the Islamic world vasted and covered miles and miles of territory. I mean, so much territory. And because of this, Islam was led to what we call as the Islamic Golden Age at this time, which is around, I believe, the 7th century or 9th century, I'm sorry. 9th century to about the 13th century, till about the siege of Baghdad, which is the fall of the Abbasid Empire by the Mongols. I'll get to that later. But at this time, there were many thinkers and many philosophers, many scientists, and because of this, people wanted to go to the Muslim world, and so it began to become an economic power, right? Islam established itself as the biggest economic power within that time. So because of this, and it vasted, as I mentioned, very, very diverse terrains. And so there were different practices that were established. For example, some of the earliest forms of corporations and pawning were established in the Muslim world because you had people who wanted to visit. You had early occupations of money changers as well, people who would exchange currencies at this time as well. And this was all because of the fact that the Muslim world was diversified. But as we know in history, this push from East Asia called the Mongols came in and started ravaging all through Asia. And until 1258, that was when the Mongols seized Baghdad and the Abbasid Empire fell and the Islamic world died. But it didn't, because the same year in which the siege of Baghdad happened, Osman I was born in Anatolia, what we know now as Turkey, and later on he established the Ottoman Empire, which would become the biggest Islamic empire to date. So, as I mentioned before, I will be talking about different philosophers within the Islamic Golden Age and a little bit after. So, to begin, my classmate Abdul Qadir made a very bold claim and said that Al-Farabi was one of the greatest philosophers of all time, and I fundamentally disagree with that. Because as you can see, I am going to talk about Imam Ghazali. And if you want to know more, I don't have time to get into the whole debacle between Al-Farabi, Ghazali, Ibn Rushd. If you want to ask that as a question, I'd be more than happy to answer. But basically, Imam Ghazali was a famous scholar of Islam as well as an economist, though most people don't name him as an economist, but I do because his economics work was pretty profound of its time. And Ghazali basically, in his book, Incoherence of Philosophers, as well as many other books, and there's a funny joke to that name. Again, if you want to ask the question, I'll answer, but I don't have time to get to it. But basically, in his own Incoherence of Philosophers, he talks about how one of the greatest inventions that God gave to mankind was actually money, paper currency, because he believed the bartering system was, in layman terms, utter trash. He believed that the bartering system had so many flaws in that two people could not find mutual respect, as well as society could not fundamentally run on a non-fiscal, non-nominal valued like economy, if that makes sense. In the sense that having a kind of fluctuating economy in which the needs of the people define what the value of it is fundamentally wrong. So that's one of the ideas that Ghazali promoted. And so after that, what we know as the modern father of economics, well, most people put Adam Smith, but funnily enough, Ibn Khaldun came about 300 years before Adam Smith. So I'll get to why people call Adam Smith the father of economics and not Ibn Khaldun or even Ghazali. But so Ibn Khaldun was also an Arab sociologist, historian, philosopher, and his works were also very propagated at the time. He's kind of been forgotten in history, but as I mentioned, because of Adam Smith, but Ibn Khaldun also, he talked about economic development and the 40-year cycle. So the 40-year cycle was in essence this 40-year period in which economists basically believe that there will be stagnation in the economy, followed by development, followed by like plateauing of like economic prowess, you could say. And there's a kind of decline and then a recession. That's the 40-year cycle. That's supposed to happen all in 40 years. And Khaldun was actually the earliest example, and he noted that in his book. But again, nobody talks to him about mention that, why that is. Like, and so he also mentioned that, and this is an important concept, that in Islam, you can tax the populace. I'll get to it later because I talk about Islamic macroeconomics, but in essence, you can tax the populace, but you cannot tax them enough so that they are affected by the taxes. The Prophet ﷺ talked about this. There's a hadith that is mentioned later, but in essence, you can tax the populace, but you cannot tax them enough so that it affects the market as a whole. So now contemporary Islamic economics. One of Amwash's favorite economists, Ahmed al-Najjar, he established let me put a time frame. So contemporary Islamic economics I define as the time after the Ottoman Empire, where there was no Islamic state, but rather Muslim majority countries, right? We don't have a set Islamic state, no Islamic caliphate. We do have Muslim majority countries. And this is about time of like post-colonialism within the world. And so Ahmed al-Najjar, he established one of the first banks that practice Islamic banking called Mount Amr that basically look to use takaful, murabbaha, mudaraba. These terms are they may be kind of unknown to you, but I'll explain them later because they go in the Islamic banking section. And then also in 2005, the index of the Dow Jones New York City and RHB Securities actually started Islamic Malaysia Index, which allowed for Sharia compliant bonds, which are in essence Islamic bonds. Those are within the laws of Islam. Those bonds are allowed. And then also in 2004, there have been 3 countries that actually banned interest, and you may see that as not a big issue, but interest is actually a huge issue in Islam. I'll talk about that later as well. But in essence, there's been progress, but I believe not enough progress. So Islamic banking. To talk about Islamic banking, we have to first talk about riba and gharar. So riba is the practice of usury or interest. And there's a hadith here that says that there's no one who deals in usury a great deal to increase his wealth, but will end up with decreased wealth. That's a saying of our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Also in an ayah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says traded. So people will talk about, I'll sum it up, but basically people, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has ordained interest as wrong. But people will try and propagate that and say, oh, well, if interest is wrong, then maybe trade's wrong. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala addresses here that trade is allowed. But what's wrong is when you make money off of money. That's what's wrong. Being able to trade with each other, being able to trade financially, even bartering was allowed. But at the same time, we had to keep in mind that there's a financial aspect of it. So here are some alternatives that Islam presents to the modern banking system that addresses or kind of gives alternatives to the modern kind of financial interest-based dealing. So as you can see here, the conventional banking is a bank gives money to the buyer, and the buyer has to give back money plus the interest that's tacked on the money. So for example, if you want to buy a car, they give you the money for the car, you buy the car, then you give back the money with interest on the car, if that makes sense. And then murabbaha, which is an alternative, looks to rather the bank buys the asset for you, and the bank sells you back the asset while you're building equity on the asset. They may sell it to you for more in order to make that profit, because again, banks need to function properly. They need to make money in order to continue to stay in business. But at the same time, you're building equity on that. That's what Islam really propagates. It's not the idea of making money off of money. It's the idea of profit sharing and the idea of building equity on things and community building in essence. Another alternative to Islamic bank or modern banking is mudaraba, which is the concept of somebody who has an immense amount of capital giving money or giving in this kind of murabbaha. Say a company wants to be established. Partner 1 puts in capital, partner 2 puts in his personal time. Say the partner 2 is an MBA and partner 1's a rich doctor. Well, the doctor doesn't really know how to run a business, but the MBA does. The MBA is fresh out of business school, so he doesn't have much capital. So they work together, establish business, and that's that mudaraba deal. Next is musharaka. So musharaka is the idea of equal partners coming into like a joint venture. So say, for example, you have a joint venture. Person 1 puts in funding, person 2 puts in funding, person 3 puts in funding, and person 4 puts in funding. What they get out of that is profit sharing and minimizing losses. So everyone equally gains profit and everyone equally minimizes losses. If you were to put 100% of your money and lose, well, you just lost 100% of your money plus more. Because nowadays you have loans that build interest, so you just lost a lot more. Whereas here, you have a bunch of people putting in their money together, pooling their money, and profit sharing, as well as minimizing losses. And here's another example, takaful, which is basically, again, 4 people, you fund in, it's supposed to be an alternative to the insurance, modern insurance, where you have insurance pools, right? This is the same idea, and that you have multiple people putting into this pool, and you only take out when you need it. So every month you pay a premium, just like you would on insurance, right? And from there, they pool your money together, and when you need it, say, for example, you have an emergency medical condition that needs surgery, you take out of this pool while everyone else is still paying in the premium. So now we're going to talk about property. So when it comes to property, there's 3 types of property that exist. There's private property, or that Islam recognizes. There's public property, private property, and state property. So a lot of people propagate the idea that Islam doesn't view public or private property as very important. Well, it actually does. And there's a hadith of the Prophet ﷺ that says that one who dies protecting his property dies as a martyr. So one who dies protecting his property, it's as if he died for the sake of the religion, which is in martyrdom in Islam is actually a very important concept. And every person, man or woman, strives to be a martyr. So private property is recognized, and the state cannot touch private property unless it infringes on the rights of the state and public security. So after private property comes state property. The state can only designate property it deems it deemed as state property. Sorry, the state property can only take property that it views as state property on the sole basis that no one else is managing it, or that the state needs to manage it for, again, public security reasons. And then public property is funded through, and public property is recognized as property that the community needs, say for example, like a national park that's used by the community, but still needs to be upheld and safety needs to be put on by the state. So Islamic macroeconomics and financial markets. This is my personal favorite. So first we must talk about zakat. So zakat, as my classmates have mentioned, is one of the 5 pillars of Islam, and it basically refers to the tax that Muslims are incumbent on giving. At the time, it was given to the state, and they would hold it in what we call as the Baitul Mal, which is like the treasury in essence. And it refers to roughly, I believe, the house of wealth, I think, Baitul Mal, yeah. And so that's what it roughly translates to. And basically, it's supposed to be there for people who, in essence, are poor and needy and are in poverty, and that's where you give the money to them. So that's what the zakat was used for. Many modern economists actually argue that zakat should not only be used for the poverty, but also should be used for state funding. For example, if the state needs a military expedition, it could be used for that as well. That's an opinion again. I don't accept it nor deny it. That's just an opinion that's been brought up. And so here's a hadith that I find interesting. So when a man asked, or people asked the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam that prices have shot up because of like goods being sold more expensively, I think something had gone on and some caravans were kind of shot down, and not shot down, but like shut down because of weather or whatnot. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so they asked him to kind of mitigate the prices and put a price ceiling on it, price cap, because the prices were shooting up. And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, no, I won't do that because it is not my right. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the one who controls the market. And that's interesting because if anyone knows anything about modern economics, especially Adam Smith believed that you leave the market alone because the invisible hand will take care of it. Interesting concept. Muslims about 800, 900 years ago, 900 years before Adam Smith believed that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, God was the one who controlled the market. But Adam Smith here gets all the praise saying the invisible hand controls the market. Interesting, isn't it? So, that's not good. That's not good. So as the state needed funding, it got other forms of taxes to go through. For example, the jizya was a per year capita tax that was levied by Islamic governments that was also put on non-Muslims specifically because Islam believed that all Muslims who lived in the state were supposed to participate in mandatory military duty. But because non-Muslims aren't Muslim, they kind of had to put taxes on them in order to mitigate for that, because non-Muslims don't have to participate in an Islamic war, but they have to still pay for the state and their goods and services that are needed. And there was Kharaj, which was a simple land tax, and there was Ushur, which was a 10% tax on harvest, and 10% tax on rainwater, and 5% on land-dependent well water. So what was this idea that it was supposed to be implemented to fund public finance, public areas, I guess. So rather than the state funding it, public property was funded by charitable endowments. And that would accumulate over time because say a rich person were to put a wealth in his name, for example, a school, that would be reinvested in the community and it would build up wealth and build up wealth and it's able to sustain itself forever. We have early signs of wealth being used by Uthman, who's one of the earliest companions of the Prophet, and they're still being used. So here's a diagram, as I mentioned, there's the wealth, there's the tafaful, musharaka, murabbaha, mudarraba, zakat, sadaqa, kharaj, ushur, jizya. And so those taxes would fund the state, public finance was funded by the waqf, and private finance was funded by the tafaful and other Islamic banking alternatives. So finally, the who is who of Islamic economics. These are a few organizations that both continue to practice Islamic banking and Islamic economics, as well as startups that have failed. Sadly, due to the climate of the community, some startups that look to start up, for example, one called M-Home startup. It was looked to start up to combat home mortgages and give homes to people who weren't necessarily economically privileged, but it fell through due to community issues. And there's different banks that practice riba-free banking. And so this is my survey. Here are a few questions that I asked. These are all the questions I asked. And this survey was targeted more towards financial professionals, people who are in the financial markets. And so here are some of the survey outcomes. And so to conclude, I would like to say as I mentioned before, right, I talked about the biggest economic issues. Well, there's so many and they're all so vast that we can't answer one specifically, right? There's so many and they're so vast that we can't specifically pinpoint one. Islam provides an alternative. Now, I want to go back to everything I've said and end off with this point. As I mentioned, there's the University of Chicago School of Economics, there's the Austrian School of Economics, there's the Keynesian School of Economics, and there's the Marxian School of Economics. But why do no academics accept Islamic economics as a viable alternative? Right? If you look at all four of those schools of economics, the biggest proponent ones, Marxian economics was started by Karl Marx, a German. Keynesian economics was started by a British economist, John Maynard Keynes. Austrian School of Economics was founded by Austrians, so Europeans. And the University of Chicago School of Economics, one of its main proponents, one of its main propagators, was Milton Friedman, right? An economist at the University of Chicago. But no one talks about Islamic economics. No one brings up Ibn Khaldun as the founder of modern economics, right? We all talk about Adam Smith and his Wealth of Nations. And I feel like, as the theme of this senior thesis is because of Western Orientalism, they didn't believe that Muslims, after they colonized them, could have possibly thought of things like this, right? There's no way an illiterate man who established one of the biggest religions in the world thought about the invisible hand, but believed that God was the one who controlled the market, right? But Adam Smith, 900 years later, who's an aristocratic elite who studied school, he must be the genius that thought of the invisible hand. So that's my conclusion. Thank you for listening.
Excellent presentation. I really impressed. One of the top presentations I ever seen. Thank you.
Thank you.
With your area, with your knowledge, doing something like that, that's really something.
Thank you.
Two questions. Number one, how do you qualify to classify this stock exchange? When I buy and sell stock, how does it fit in that? If I'm allowed, I can ask the second question.
Okay, so I want to first start off by saying I'm not a scholar of Islam. I'm not here to do a fatwa, but to answer this question, most scholars believe that buying in the stock market is completely halal and it's allowed because you're buying shares into the company. If that stock goes down, you lose money with them, right? So you're investing in that company. But what people don't agree with is the fact that some people, for example, will invest in certain companies that propagate things that are against Islam, right? Certain alcohol companies, drug companies, things like that. You can't invest in those. Also, there are certain guidelines. For example, I believe certain companies can't make more than 10% of their income off of basically non-halal things. If they make more than 10% of their income off of non-halal things, then you cannot invest in them because obviously companies invest in and companies make so many things that may be considered non-halal. So that would mean basically you can't invest in any company at that point. So scholars have agreed that about 10%, I think that's the line, 10% is the line where if they make more than 10% of their income off non-halal things, then it's okay for you to invest in them. And then your second question?
Okay. The second question, actually, the definition of mubaraba, you go back to the Arabic language with, I know the brother Wagdi from Yemen, the other than Egyptian Arabic. So to me, mudaraba means that, like a bidding on something, or, when you do bidding. So I think I'm confused about the definition that you made here for the doctor versus a businessman to come together and do the mudaraba. If that's the right definition for it, it's a question actually.
Yeah, so according to the Islamic finance term, Islamic economics term, mudaraba is basically a kind of partnership where somebody puts in their capital while someone puts in their expertise or their personal time. The reason I gave the example of the doctor was to explain someone who's more financially gifted, but may not necessarily have business expertise, whereas an MBA student may have just come fresh out of the business school, right? So they have the expertise of running a business, but they don't have the capital to do so, i.e. they're a student. So that was the example that I gave. It wasn't necessarily supposed to be an end-all be-all example. It's kind of an open-ended example where you can kind of input and output any kind of person anywhere. But that's the basic idea. The mudaraba is multiple partners, not necessarily putting in the same amount of equity, but putting in different aspects of equity that equate each other. That's it.
But what Dr. Fatin is saying is right. Is the transaction that brings the capital and the effort.
Oh, okay, yeah. Any questions?
Sorry to comment. Yeah. The mudaraba to me means that if I'm buying something like an auction, very similar to some auction, when I mudaraba against one day to buy, let's say, a share, so I put $10, I put $1. That's to me the understanding of
the word mudaraba in Arabic language. What you explained to me is, again, is like a partnership, which you did explain in another situation, but that's again, my limited.
But both of them is right.
Thank you.
Any questions from the judges? Yeah.
Please.
Okay. Would you please go back to the slide which was about riba?
Riba, okay. Oh, I'm going forward, not backward. That's. Okay.
Okay, there was a slide about riba that you mentioned some countries and then I missed it.
Oh, yeah.
Would you please explain again?
So here you go, contemporary Islamic economics. Basically, as in 2004, there have been Islamic banks, so Islamic central banks in 10 countries. So in America, we have a central bank, right, that controls the interest rates and whatnot. In these 10 countries, there are Islamic banks that control the kind of the finances of the country. And in 3 of the countries, Pakistan, Iran, and Sudan, interest has completely been banned. So they use things like the taqabul, they use things like murabbaha and other aspects of financing. Yeah. And you?
What do you think about governments, say, stimulating the economy, as our government is doing just now, or deflating the economy if they think inflation is the challenge? Do you think it's appropriate? Do you think it's permissible? Do you think it's wise?
So according to Islamic scholars, for example, Ghazali, he propagated the idea that it's incumbent on the state, of the Islamic state, right, to make sure that if, for example, there's a natural disaster, there's food, water, and supplies ready. That's an incumbent right on the state. If the state violates that right, i.e. doesn't provide it, then the people have a right to question the state, and the people have a right to question the taxes that they're giving. That's the idea that Ghazali propagates. So based on that, because Ghazali was a very knowledgeable man, he was a scholar as well. Based on that, I would say stimulating the economy wouldn't necessarily fall under the same stimulation that we find like here in America. It'd be a different kind of stimulation in the sense that the government would use the excess funds in order to kind of give food and water, but they wouldn't necessarily fund it back into the economy as trade. Because again, you don't regulate the market. That's what Islam says. You do not regulate the market because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala manages the market. Above all, do not manipulate the market. So yes, the state can get involved with food, water, and supplies, but they have to leave the market alone.
May I ask you a follow-up?
Yeah.
So what if the government says, we think that there will be a shortage of food, water, and supplies. There isn't now, but we want to manage the market so that there isn't, say, next year or next decade, a shortage of food, water, or supplies. Is that permissible manipulation of the market?
In prediction of anything going wrong? No, because again, in Islam, we believe you can't predict things that are going to happen, no matter how much evidence, no matter how much statistics you have. Again, this goes back to God controls the market. Adam Smith believed the invisible hand. He was a non-believer. So his version of the invisible hand, sure, it kind of encapsulates the idea, but at the same time, we as Muslims believe God is the one who controls the market. So if you manipulate the market in any way, you are in essence playing God. So leave the market alone. You can help in other ways, as I mentioned, with food, supplies, shelter, that kind of thing, but you do not manipulate the market because the market needs to be left alone. Is there anyone else? Yeah.
So I just follow up with that. What about the story of Yusuf when he forecast about the coming of drought? You know, like he said, you save what you harvest because it's going to come. You know, the drought, right? Is he going? I mean, like, is he acting like stimulating the market?
So saving if there's going to be a drought is not manipulating the market because you yourself are getting involved. You yourself are saying, I'm not going to sell. If the government tells you do not sell, that's manipulating the market. You choosing not to sell yourself is saying, I'm not going to get involved in the market right now. That's you choosing not to get involved, right? Because who drives the economy at the end of the day? The individuals, the consumers and the producers. The government doesn't control the market. So that would be a response to your answer. Yeah, I hope I answered your question.
Yeah. Okay. But wasn't Joseph advising the Pharaoh, in fact, to stockpile grain because of the famine that he saw coming? So in fact, there was, in a way, governmental intervention in terms of what Joseph was advising the Pharaoh to do.
Yes.
That there would be less grain available on the current market because of the stockpiling.
Joseph is a prophet, you know.
So Joseph was divinely guided by Allah.
But to also respond to that, I mentioned Mazalik, he talked about how it's incumbent on the state to make sure that there's food and water and shelter. If there's anything to do with like the market, as I mentioned, right? If there's a famine, the government has to be ready for it. The government has to be ready for like any natural disasters. So that's incumbent on the government to provide. But again, they cannot get involved in the government, or sorry, the market itself.
Thank you very much. Allah bless you. I just want to refer to Dr. Najjar, Ahmed Najjar. You know, my brother studied economics in Cornell and then in Chicago. Milton Friedman was his chair of his dissertation. My brother told me about Ahmed Najjar when I was young, you know, in Yemen, and I traveled all the way to Egypt to meet him. Then I met him in Los Angeles about 1992. He is the father of really what we call social responsibility, you know, banking. He created before the Grameen Bank of Bangladesh, Muhammad Yunus, he created in what we call Saeed Masr, or the farmers in Egyptian in the northern, in the delta and the south, what we call local banking, you know. Basically everybody will give 100 sterling Egyptian pound, you know, and they will save it, and everybody will rotate, you know, for 20 months or 30 months. And then they buy their properties, they buy their farms, they buy everything. It's very interesting, very fascinating. But Umar, you did an excellent job. May Allah bless you.
Yeah.
Maybe you should write a paper proposed for a homeless solution from Islamic.
Oh, yes, that's a good alternative.
Everywhere right now.
Yeah, inshallah, I will continue working on this. As I'm already mentioned, I'm inshallah going to study economics in college. So this, inshallah, you won't hear the last of me.
Thanks. 5 minutes for the judges, and then inshallah Yusuf and then another one. We have the final one, Yusuf. It's about Asabiya, what we call loyal and positive solidarity. You know?
Yes, I do.
So the first slide needs to be through here. The first one needs to be, so actually just move it right now. And then go back using this. Yeah. Left. Now try it.
Huh?
Try it. Now it works.
This is laser pointer?
Okay, so.
That's cool.
Yeah, I know.
We'll start in 1 minute, inshallah. The conclusion, do you like the conclusion? Could be our to do 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 4 minutes. Finish before the time because they are students, everybody take your seats. We'll start. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. This is the last but not least presentation for today. It has been a wonderful 3 months to engage with Yusuf in a very interesting topic. It's called the Asabiya. Asabiya is written by a great Muslim scholar by name of Ibn Khaldun. He was a philosopher and he was a jurist and he was an economist and he was also an astronomer. And Ibn Khaldun lived, after the fall of the Golden Age, Andalusia in North Africa, of a Kindi tribe that migrated from Yemen. And he looked at the states and he saw the different factions and frictions, and he was trying to defeat the divisive isms that happened within the Muslim Ummah and the world. And he debated, Ibn Rushd. He debated also Plato. He debated, in his famous Al-Muqaddimah, he mentioned, it is possible to create a positive loyalty where Muslim can claim their narrative again the way that the Prophet and the 4 guided Khalifas claimed it, and they were able to heal the world and unify it for 900 years, where Jews and Christians and other people of good faith, and goodwill lived and coexist from India, from Hinduism to Buddhism, and many other native, what we call the Persian world, modern day Iran and Afghanistan and Tajikistan, the old religions of these great countries. So Asabiya is a beautiful word that became negative when the rise of nationalism, ethnocentric. But hopefully, Yusuf will prove today that Asabiya is possible to claim. Without further delay, Yusuf Ibrahim.
For the wonderful introduction after these 3 months of hard work. First thing I'd like to start off with is look around the room. Look at all the different identities, spaces, colors, shapes we have in this room. We all have our own identity, our own faith, our own persona. And I'd really like to break that down of how our faith, how our asabiya, how our loyalty can be compatible with the West, our Western culture. Here are our table of contents. First, I have our introduction and muqaddimah. Apologize for the smaller font. We're going to start off with the definition of asabiya. What is asabiya? To me, to us, and to Islam at large. We're going to go over the objective of the thesis, which is exactly that, the definition of asabiya and how it is compatible. Ibn Khaldun, which Ramir wonderfully spoke about, which Ramwaji brought up as well. Who he is, what was his own definition of asabiya, and how do we learn from that? We also have our related research questions, which we're going to speak on as well. This includes what is the meaning or explanation of Ibn Khaldun's theory, asabiya. We have the theory of asabiya. Is it applicable to be implemented or practiced in the modern context of Muslim community? Can we implement asabiya in this community itself, us being in a Western culture? Is the theory applicable to be applied in the modern context of American Muslim community in the USA? So not just the Muslim community, but the non-Muslims, the Jews, the Christians, Black and white, everyone in this community. Also, how can the theory be implemented in this context, which is all these contexts combined? And finally, what are the problems and challenges faced by the current American Muslim community in the USA? Then we have the rationale for asabiya, which is my own personal breakdown of what asabiya is and Ramwaji's own input in it. Finally, we have the survey, results, analysis, the Islamic principle of al-wala and bara. And we will definitely get into that later on in this presentation. And finally, we have the conclusion. Introduction. One of the most significant notions of Americans in the Arab Islamic community is asabiyya. Now, what is asabiyya? Asabiyya is us being loyal to our community, our friends, our family, our blood relations, our brothers and sisters, knowing who we are and how we identify and what we will be doing in this community. Now, the main question is, how can we possibly implement this in the liberal democratic society we have today in America? How can we be our Muslim selves in this American community? How can I wear my traditional Sudani garments? How can you wear the hijab? How can Dr. Fatin walk around speaking Arabic in front of all of these non-Muslims, knowing that he is true to his identity, true to himself, and true to his people? That was the muqaddimah. Going further into meaning of asabiyya. The dictionary definition of asabiyya is a concept of social solidarity with an emphasis on unity, group consciousness, and a sense of shared purpose and social cohesion, originally used in the context of tribalism and clanism. Asabiyya mainly was used back then, for example, in the time of our Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, to identify the races, the tribes, and the different people, the different identities that were in that state. We have the Meccans, we have the Medinans, we have the Bedouins, we have the Persians. All these people have their own type of asabiyya, their own type of identity. This is the dictionary definition, knowing that we are conscious of our group, ourself, and who we are as people in this Muslim society, Bedouin society, Persian society, Russian society, and so on. Here are main concepts. With new notions such as nation state citizenship, us being citizens in different countries, different communities, we slowly lose the concept of asabiyya. Ibn Khaldun, as I'll go on further, mentions how the nomadic society, that's when it was at the peak of asabiyya. They had their people, had their lands, they moved around, knowing who they are. They moved, the Mongolians, for example. They knew they were true to their people, they were true to their name, their culture. They moved around, conquered different states, countries, knowing who they were. The Meccans, they grew. The Muslim society grew, knowing we were Muslims, staying true to our faith, worshiping under one God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Here's a quick ayah. يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير. The rough translation of this ayah is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala roughly says how people were made to men and women, tribes and races. And verily the most pious of you are the ones who know this. Verily Allah is all-knowing, all-aware. This is a rough translation, of course. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala specifically states in the Quran that He created us into these different labels, these different shapes, not for us to discriminate, not for us to segregate, not for us to say one is better than the other, only to show that we are diverse. And there's beauty in this diversity that we have, beauty in these different asabiyyas that we have as African Americans, as Afghanis, right? And we have these different differences and we need to celebrate those. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala definitely emphasizes this point. Now, what do I mean by the true meaning of asabiyya? By this, I mean the Islamic sense, the Islamic tense of asabiyya. Asabiyya, a Bedouin pre-Islamic secular origin from asaba. Asaba meaning to bind, to fold, to wind, and to asaba, the group, the male relatives. This is, of course, a cultural Arabic traditional definition. It is one of the most important concepts of social history, Islamic or Arabs pre-revelation. Now, why do I bring this up? Us being Muslims around us, and not just being Muslims, being Jews, being Christians. We all know who we are and what we want to do in the future. We want to know our biological standpoints of who we are, biologically, our ancestors, our peoples, our blood relatives, our families, geographically, where we come from, socially, who our social backgrounds, right? Our being religious, being cultural, being traditional. In other words, it means hard, unwavering loyalty to these definitions of our biological backgrounds, geographical and social backgrounds. Now, before I go further into this presentation, I want to ask you the question. What is the true meaning of asabiyya from an Islamic perspective and also in your perspective? I want you all to think about this as we move on in this presentation. Now, Ibn Khaldun. Wali ad-Din Abu Zayd Abdurrahman Muhammad Ibn Khaldun, it's a mouthful. Best known as Ibn Khaldun, was a major Muslim historian, scholar, and sociologist. Ibn Khaldun truly broke down what Asabiyya was in his time and for us to learn as well from his own definitions. He lived in a period of Arab Muslim civilization crisis as well as a paradigm crisis, meaning he lived in times of sorrow. He lived in times of struggle where people did not know who they were in the Islamic context, as well as who they were culturally. However, he digressed this, he broke this down in order to know who we were, who he was, and what he wanted to possibly do in order to give out to the future generations, to us, to learn how we know who we are and what we're going to do about it. Asabiyya is defined by Ibn Khaldun as a link of cohesiveness that exists among persons and group forming community. The link between brothers and sisters in one community. My link to Amma Wajdi, my link to Umair, my link to Shuwai, teacher Julie. Us knowing that we're connected in this one community. We can also be loyal to our own organizational communities here at Muslim Educational Trust. We're all brothers and sisters here in this community. We know who's our brother, and I'm my brother. I know teacher Julie is my teacher. We all know what we're doing here in this community and who we belong to. And as I said earlier, about nomadic societies. Nomadic societies know exactly who we were, just as how we know who we are right now in this organization as well. Civilizations start to normalize different labels as society moves on, moving on from the nomadic sense. Ibn Khaldun mentions how Asabiyya was at peak during the nomadic era, then declines as civilization progresses. Civilization starts to give off these different labels. Here in America, we have different labels: Black, white, Arab, Muslim, Christian. Now these labels are good in some aspects. However, they separate us. They segregate us. We don't see my brother. I walk in the street, I look at my brother from it. He's Afghani. However, the general aspect, the general public sees us as two separate entities. They don't see us as brothers in Islam. They don't see us as walking students together. They see us as that's he's Afghani, this is Yusuf, he's Sudan, American Black. They don't see us as one big community, as being Muslims in this community. They single out these labels and limit their understanding to how we look, to what we preach and what we think. Our own personalities, not us all being human, worshiping under one God. And I Ibn Khaldun, of course, emphasizes this point, allow us to understand this through his own definition as well. Now here's another draft that Ibn Khaldun has made. This is his own personal, beautiful definition of Asabiyya. Asabiyya comes from 3 points: blood ties, alliances, and clientship. Blood ties are family. My father, my brother, my sister, my mother, me being loyal to them and yielding loyalty to them, to my family blood ties. Alliances, friends, teachers, students, all these different people, we're loyal to them because we know that they share the same Islamic viewpoints as us, and we do our best to help them and to ask for help from them. Finally, our clientships. This can go into our nationalism, us being loyal to our country. Knowing that we are from Iraq, Egypt, from India, from Sudan, from Palestine, from everywhere. We know that we are loyal to these different countries and to our backgrounds. Now, from these 3 ties come to Asabiyya, and leadership emerges from that. Knowing our religion, our descent, eagerness to learn leadership from this, perfecting qualities of how we know who we are and how we can share that to people, bringing awareness to this. Respect for religious law, respect for our country's law, our religious law, and balancing those compatibility, right? We also have consideration for followers, knowing who's following us as leaders. We're all leaders. We want to know who will follow us and who will learn from us. And finally, the persuasion techniques, being able to persuade people to follow the right path, go down the right hustle. Of course, these are all ties and the outcomes from that. Obedience and compliance. Your sons, your daughters, your students, they will learn from you. They will be compliant with you. They will want to learn more from you. especially in regards to your hustle. They know that you are true to them. They know that you want to teach them because they have the same ties with you. And because of that, they are more eager. They have more incentive to learn. Of course, there's a follower imitation of leaders. That's pretty set in stone. So organizational order and stability and other organizational outcomes. Organization with a broad term. We have, for example, Muslim educational trust. Great leadership over here. And we know that we have perfect Asabiyya ties with each other. We know who we are, our Moish know who he is. Julie definitely knows who she is. We all know our Asabiyya and our loyalty to this community, especially. However, it's not all possible. There's also this integration of Asabiyya. Losing that Asabiyya, losing that loyalty, and cutting ties with certain communities and organizations, followed by violence and destruction. Now, moving on from that destruction of the leadership. Sorry, I'll go into that later. Right now, let's speak on the public eye for the sake of time. As Umair mentioned, how in economics, they don't think that the Muslim man in Egypt or Sudan are going to be writing these philosophical or economical structures, viewpoints, standpoints, papers, because they don't see us as this intellectual people, right? They don't see us as significant segments, especially in this society. However, we are just like everyone else. Everyone is the same, especially if we know what our asabiyya is, what our loyalty is to our own community and to our own faith. Example poll conducted in the United States. Jones and colleagues discovered that about half the respondents in a survey believe that Islamic traditions are incompatible with the American way of life. Jones 26, which shows the viewpoints of the public, especially on Muslims in the public eye. Now I'm going to go into my survey results with following with the questions. Moving forward, in order to find a different perspective and reasoning on Asabiyya and how it's perceived, the survey was conducted. The question goes following with the answers. Were you born into Western culture? If yes, how do you stand out with your identity? And if not, what do you think, what do you do or do you think you can be done in order to be adapted to this new culture? For the sake of time, I'm going to single out this one answer right here. Use wisdom, take good things, and leave bad things from the new culture. We're going into a new culture. We want to adapt into a new perspective, to new loyalty or asabiyya. Take the good and leave the bad. As simple as that. Sometimes there's beauty in simplicity. Second question. In today's Western social climates, many Muslims and people of faith are being influenced by the environment around them. How well do you cope with this influence? What are some struggles you have living in this environment? Now, here are some responses. They're all beautiful responses, long, heartfelt answers. I wish I could go through them all, but for the sake of time, we're gonna have to go through just for quick, short answers. If you're not steering culture, you will be driven blindfolded to wherever it takes you. If you're in an environment or a new culture and you're not true to your own asabiyya, your own faith, you're not steering culture. You'll be driven blindfolded by the people around you, be influenced by these people around you. Finally, asabiyya is loyalty to a certain area. Whether that be your faith, family, friends, it means to always be true to your roots. Do you believe that incorporating Western influence into your Islamic faith would be considered disloyal? Wouldn't go against asabiyya? Of course, wonderful answers. And now here's the survey analysis. I already went through why these questions are important. Now, this is because we want to know the identities of the people around our community, how they feel, how loyal they are to their own communities, and how they adapt to this new community. Here's some demographics. So move this. Here's our demographics of age. 30. The one main criteria is 56 plus. 25% for 56 plus answer the survey. Race and ethnicity, again, the demographics. We have in Reese's paper, of course, you go through that. Gender, level of education. I want to point out almost 50% have their master's and PhD. Wala and bara. Wala and bara is referred to as holding fast to all that is pleasing God and withdrawing what is opposing God. As simple as that. Again, beauty and simplicity. Taking the good, leaving the bad. Now, to conclude, I'd like to conclude with this final ayah. Let me move this for you guys to see. I can minimize this? Oh, perfect. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم وعلى الثلاثة الذين خلفوا حتى إذا ضاقت عليهم الأرض بما رحبت وضاقت عليهم أنفسهم وظنوا أن لا ملجأ من الله إلا إليه ثم تاب عليهم ليتوبوا إن الله هو التواب الرحيم. Now what this ayah is trying to say is that, and he relented towards the three whose matter was deferred until the earth was strained for them despite all its vastness, and even their own souls were strained for them. They realized that there is no refuge except from Allah. People digress from the community. People digress from certain matters, areas. They disconnect from certain areas, especially from a wonderful community like this. They can't seek refuge in anything except from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Them secluding to their desires, them secluding to their own selfishness in order to help themselves rather than the community at large, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will go against them. He doesn't want that. Neither does Amwaji want that, neither does Julie want that, neither does any one of us here want that. And this ayah beautifully brings that to light. Now, we have many talented, gifted Muslims in this community. Not only in this community, but in other communities at large. However, they stay stagnant in their place. They stay alone at home, doing their thing, making their money, neglecting the communities they have around them, including a community like this, Muslim Educational Trust. There are many students here, there are many students in different Muslim educational programs that they want to learn. They want to bring out their own inner Muslim, right? Their own asabiyya, being true to themselves. However, they neglect that and go after their own lives, regardless of what anyone else is doing in their own communities. Asabiyya is not only knowing yourself, knowing your own identity, it's helping your people who relate to your identity, the people who are in your country, the people who are in your blood ties, the people who are in your community. That is the main definition of asabiyya I wanted to speak to you all today, including you at home. Asabiyya is not just helping yourself, it's helping others. It's helping the people around you. It's me helping Mahmoud. It's me helping Dr. Fatin. It's Dr. Fatin helping me in my math, especially. It's us doing our parts in this community. Small example is this community here, Muslim Education Trust, as I've mentioned multiple times. Now that is my presentation. Here are my sources. Thank you. Any questions?
It's not a question, actually, it's like a comment. You explained it very well, the Asabiyya, but if I look at each one of us, he or she is like a mixed bag of so many Asabiyya. The point that I did not see in your presentation is about the priority. For instance, let's take my case. I'm a Muslim, I'm an Arab, I'm an Egyptian, I'm an American, I'm an engineer. So I have a mix of about 7, 8 Asabiyya. So for me, I'm proud to be a Muslim, number one, and maybe Arab, number 2, and so forth. So what constitutes or what makes the priorities in each individual? That's, I don't have an answer, but it's just like a comment. Thank you. But you did a very good presentation, by the way.
Thank you so much.
Yusuf, the answer in the rational, didn't cover the rational.
Regarding my Asabiyya?
The point I'm referring to is the priority. How the priority controls the person to say that my first priority is to be in the Muslim school. In other words, if there is just to exaggerate the situation, if there is a fight between the Muslims and the Arab, then I stand with the Muslims, not with Arab. That's something like that.
I feel like that would be very selective to the individual themselves.
Okay.
They can see who they want to be, which community they want to be a part of, and how they're gonna implement themselves in that community. Me personally, I'm Muslim to the heart, 100%. No matter what, if you're from India, if you're from Kurdistan, from anywhere, as long as we're Muslim brothers and sisters in Islam, I'm going to be part of that community. That's my own take on this as well.
So the belief is the one putting the priority.
Right.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Yes.
You quoted the Jones survey from, I think, 2006, where roughly half the respondents said that they thought Islamic beliefs were inconsistent with the American way of life. Why do you suppose people responded that way?
I feel that people fear and change and differences. Us being Muslims coming with a new culture, new ideals, they're afraid of that. They don't want to change. There's a hierarchy in our system, whether we like it or not. People feel that they're entitled to certain things. They feel that they're sometimes, which is, it's harsh to say, that they're better than others. And us coming into this community, us coming to this new Western culture, they feel that we're stepping our grounds where we shouldn't be. They feel that, oh, he's different. I don't want our way of life to change. I don't want to be any part of that. They can do their own thing, but we'll be here. If you try to come to us, we don't want that. We're going to push you back. I feel like that pushback is really what allows people to say those things. And media is a big factor as well, right? The media is not on our side, whether you like it or not. So I think that's the answer to that.
Next question. But my question also, I need to know a little bit about your background. So were you born here?
I was born in Texas. However, my parents were born in Sudan, and they came here in 1999.
Okay, so you were born and raised.
Yeah, I was born and raised here in America.
Okay, and how many years have you been at this school?
About 9 years now in this school.
So I don't know how this would relate to you, but I've seen a lot of the Muslim children who are born and raised in the US. I don't want to use the term identity crisis, it's a little too harsh, but I see it a lot. They want to be part of the community, they don't want to be different of, the US community at large, not just your school. They go back to their countries, they're perceived as Americans because they have different, they grew up here, they have different ways of thinking. They come here, no, you're a foreigner because you're from Sudan, you're from Egypt. So it kind of creates a crisis for growing up. Did you go through any of that, and how did you handle it?
Me personally, because my whole life I was surrounded in communities like this, and especially with strong-hearted parents myself, they allowed me to not possibly be exposed to those type of situations. Alhamdulillah. However, I can definitely relate to what you're trying to say here. There are many students and many youths of our age who don't know where they're going. They're influenced by their crowd. As I mentioned earlier, as it was answered in the survey earlier, people are steered blindly by the people, by the culture and the environment around them. They have these influences in public school, for example. They're by themselves there. They're thrown into the pits, the non-Muslims all around them, not knowing what they're doing. They're just trying to follow the crowd, be cool, stay with the clout. However, here in an institution like this, I was able to thrive as a Muslim in this institution as well. So I wasn't necessarily exposed to that. However, I definitely feel for the youth outside. Me personally, for Sudan, I went to Oman once in 2016, and I was definitely looked at differently. Even though I did look like most of the people there, they were speaking English with me, saying, "Hey, you know English? You're from America?" That's all they said. They didn't try speaking with me with their tongue. They didn't try speaking Arabic with me, even though I do speak Arabic. They tried telling me I'm from a different place, and it is true, I am. However, I still relate to you. I'm still Muslim like you, worshiping Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that would be the answer to that. Thank you. No more questions? Yes.
So what's the difference between Asoja and nepotism? Is there any, nepotism is like you choose the employer because he's coming from certain same background. So I heard there's a hadith like Manda Arila Asoja. It's not among us those who call for Asoja. So how do you relate that in our daily life?
Sorry, can you clarify the question?
So basically, I like to know the difference between nepotism and Asoja, because there's Rasulullah prohibit us to call for Asoja.
Right.
And in our daily life, we see sometimes in corporate, right?
Yeah.
They ask,
I feel that there should be a line drawn for Asabiya itself. The line is the law that we have here in America, especially this corporate law. There are different types of regulations and rules that we should be following. And going over that in order to satisfy our own Asabiya shouldn't be a line we should be going over. Unless it completely digresses against Islamic rules and rulings, we should follow those rules, follow those rulings, and follow those prohibitions. We have the prohibitions from Islam, as you mentioned, from Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. He gave us many rules and rulings that were sent from him from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we follow those. At the same time, we balance our own rulings that we have here in America, right? We have our own laws here. And so I feel that finding the balance between those is really the solution to that? I think that was a great question. Thank you.
Dr. Fadin mentioned Thursday. Prioritize that Asabia is your belief, but does your belief contradicts where other American Muslims, American Jews, American Buddhists, American atheists, does Asabia build barriers between you and the others?
I feel that it's how you address asabiyya. If you keep asabiyya, there's multiple types of asabiyya. For yourself, for the community, for your family, right? Asabiyya for yourself, I wouldn't necessarily think that it would contradict any other labels, right? Any other different communities. However, if you try to incorporate different communities into their own asabiyya, right? Learn from them. How the Muslims, how my dad, they came to this country in order to find a better situation for them, for their kids, in order to learn from this new culture, to make them feel better, to make them get better jobs, to make them get better education. And being able to find a balance between those two communities, I think that's the real solution here. Being able to learn from Christians, being able to learn from Persians, from Russians, from all these different communities, and incorporating that into your own asabiyya, taking the good from it and leaving the bad, that's what you're supposed to be doing with your asabiyya. That's my own personal idea of asabiyya.
It's possible to create a common denominator.
Definitely, definitely. Building bridges between the two. Any more questions?
Just more of a comment than a question. First of all, thank you very much. You did a fantastic job.
Thank you.
Certainly the labeling that we are given or that we assume ourselves is critical to the way that we behave, I believe. For example, we Mexicanos have a tendency to call everybody over here Americans. Well, that's not the case. We were the original Americans here, and they're the European Americans. And then we'd be saying, okay, well, now we got to be Mexican Americans.
Right.
And so then we said, that's still not fair. We will label ourselves. We don't need to be labeled by others. So we are now Chicanos. And because we're Chicanos, we're going to create our own narrative and political force. And so it evolved. It has evolved in my life. I am now 68 years old and it has evolved. I like to embrace a global citizenship. But one of the things that seems to be the best, and you kind of brought that out, I really appreciate that, is that we are brothers and sisters.
Exactly.
No matter what part of the world we're at, we're brothers and sisters under one God. And so I really appreciate that because that's really the bottom line. Is that for people who are believers anyway, people who are non-believers, they're still struggling with their own identity, but we're not. And so I really, you brought that out as well. I really appreciate that. Again, thank you. You did a great job.
Thanks so much.
May Allah bless all of you. And the idea of this discussion is to bring the common grounds and common denominators. And I think what Yusuf somehow he forgot one part of his thesis, the rationale. No problem. The rationale was, that the human aspect of asabiyya is that what matters at the end of the day. Because one of the greatest scholars and companions of the Prophet, he said, who is your brother and sister? He said, your brother and sister is in faith or your equivalent in humanity. Imam Ali, karamallahu wajhah, the four-guided Khalifa, he said, أخاك في الدين أو أختك في الدين أو نظيرك في الإنسانية, or your equivalent in humanity. So may Allah bless each one of our students, and may Allah bless the judges, and especially to Umayma that came late to the game, but may Allah bless you, Umayma, for your time and energy, and thanks to Fadin for inviting Umayma to be part of us. Thank you to Parveen. Parveen has to go, she will, and then thanks to Tom. Tom, thank you very much for your time and your kindness and your support. Tom is a first-class attorney here, retired now, but he's a Yale graduate school. I'm sure he enjoyed the philosophies and the discussion and the debates, and many thanks to my dear brother Hector Hinosa. Hector is he has been here since 1961, moved from Texas. He and his family co-founded Virginia Garcia and many other programs in our beautiful city of Portland, the metropolitan state of Oregon. So So this will be the final grade for the English and Islamic studies and Arabic as well, you know. So your grades will be part of that grades that we are going to give. And thanks to the timekeeper, Sister Julie, and thanks to the advisors, you know, and thanks to the business managers, the logistics, Sister Vera, may Allah bless you and Diana and Huda, and many others that made it. And thanks to our team in the operations for making the best kushari in town. Yes, Habibi.
Thank you so much for working with me these 3 months. It's hard 3 months, even though sometimes I feel like I'm meeting